Sarada Minist was here first. Boo.
I've got some jobs ready for you. I've got some jobs
Shadows
ready
of
for
Ash
you.
was not
Such a good
first.
job.
Try again next time.
I've got some jobs ready for you. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Demon?
I've got jobs ready for you.
Demon!
Stop it. Stop talking to it.
No, I just want to talk to the demons.
Welcome back. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Moonshineflex gifted a Tier 1 subscription to the community. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Hello, friendos. Hello, gamers. Welcome on in. Happy Friday, guys. Happy weekend. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I'm so sorry for the little bit of a late start today. I know I had talked about starting early, but, you know, some things came up, and we're here now. So that's what matters. That's what matters, right? Sarah, congrats on the first. You've been first 2 times. Racking those up already. Let's go. Let's go. It's good to see you, beautiful guys. Make sure you're following my Sarah if you have not already. You better be. You better be. Team Cece, Team Sarah, Team Jelly, Team Cowboy. Let's go. Shadows of Ash. My Ash is also here, guys. If you're not following Ash as well, please go follow that cutie patootie. You guys will love Ash. You will love Ash. Ash, enjoy your ghost energy from the cafe. What flavor are you having? I have Strawbango with me right now. We got a Strawbango. I love your face, Ash. Love Bug, enjoy those Oni muffins. How are you? Welcome in. It's good to see you. Missy with the 69. You now have 15 kinky coins. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Racking those up. Racking those up. Anime with the Diogen smoothie. Hell yeah.
Welcome back.
Hell yeah. We love a Diogen smoothie. Welcome in, Anime. Shrut with the flat white zombie. I hope you're enjoying that. It's good to see you, Shrut. I hope you're having a lot of fun playing DBD with that cowboy. The false cowboy, of course. The false cowboy. Not the real one. The false one. Leigh wants to F round and find out number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got the hermit, Leigh. The ghost is trapped, but you're safe. You're safe. Whiskey neat, my coffee black and my bed at 3. You're too sweet for me. iPod, enjoy that sanity. Welcome in. How are you today? How are the scrimps? How are the babies? How is everybody? Missy, enjoy your Hansu cold brew. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Purple, hello. How are you? Enjoy that voodoo veggie burger. Scully, hi. I haven't seen you at all today. How are you, beautiful? Enjoy that red-eyed demon. Moon, thank you so much for the gifted sub. How are you doing today, love? Did you get all your driving, do everything you needed to do safely yesterday? How are we? How are we? Leigh, enjoy that macchiato miling. Enjoy, enjoy. Hi, Solven. Solven, you rated. Yes, you rated. How was your stream? How was your stream, love? Was it good? Was it good? Did you have a good stream? Don't ask me why I said it like that. Listen, I got no explanation. I hope you're doing well. I love your face, Solven. Guys, go follow Solven if you haven't. KP, hello. How are you? Welcome in. Welcome in. Grim, enjoy that Banshee espresso. Welcome, welcome. You're going on a date, iPad. Ooh, tell me more. Tell me more. Hi, Bri. Welcome in. Zach, enjoy your Onryo spice tea. Hello, hello, hello. iPod, enjoy that macchiato miling. We are so back. We are so back. We are so back. How you doing, Zach? It's good to see you. Scrim's doing good. Just fed them, and some of them look like they're gonna hatch eggs. Let's go. Let's go. That's exciting. Ghosties were frustrating. Oh no. Were they just like not behaving how they're supposed to, or what was going on today? What was going on today? What you want to know, Shana? Going to a hot pot Korean barbecue. Oh, that'll be fun. That'll be fun. Well, like, how long you known this person? What's the bank account like? No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So annoyed I might play DBD in protest. Oh my god. I mean, if you wanted to, I wanted to do Survivor and Killer today. And I was thinking for Survivor, we could go for the Whimsy route today and see how many we could get to join the band. Because it's a Bloodpoint grind. So how many can we get to grind blood points with us? With some whimsy. You know what I mean? Did an 8-hour drive to redeliver something I forgot to deliver. Had to wait at the gate. Was close. Oh my god, that's so frustrating, Moon. I'm so sorry. Glitched. I'm so sorry, Sylvan. Everything's frustrating. What's going on? Hydration station. Shooter, would you please hydrate? Thought you said Ghosty went home. Ghosty did go home. What do you mean?
De Greetclaw sent. Why does Shana say sussy things in sussy ways? I don't know.
What did I say?
We don't ask why the sun rises. We just bask in its glow. Hashtag basking in Shana's glow, blinded by the light.
Blinded by the light. Revved up like a deuce. Another loner in the night. You're crazy. You're crazy, Claw. Hello, Nepo.
Ahoy! Who is in the background?
Nobody's in the background.
Well, they're not now.
Somebody was in the background?
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
A person?
I don't know, it was the shadow. Black.
Oh,
omnipresent
that's
existence.
vodka.
No, it was humanoid shape.
Are you sure? 'Cause
I don't know, it was probably a cryptid. It was probably ghosty.
no, Ghosty's not here.
What?
I mean,
where's that happen?
my
Die on
brothers-
camera, monetize it.
My brothers, I think, are sleeping. I mean, it could have been my mom, but normally I'd see her like out of the corner of my eye or something. There's nobody in here. Vodka's on my bed.
It was on the other side of you, near like the totem and the blue sign and all that.
Yeah, those are masks. No, nobody would have been over there.
No, it was like movement.
No, nobody would have been over there.
No, it was 100%.
No, you're just trying to scare me.
I'm not trying to scare
No. I don't believe you. Don't tell me my room is for no.
Sullivan saw it too.
No. 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 You guys are
Sullivan
full of
literally
it.
commented on it. Scroll
You guys
back.
are so full of it. You guys are I need somebody to go back and clip it. Go back and clip it. If it's real, go back and clip it. Let me see it. Let me see it.
See? Look.
I heard a knock. I heard the knock too. That was you.
That was not me.
Claw, you cannot come in. You cannot come in unless you have snacks. And then you can come in. You can come in if you have snacks. Only then. Only then. We can let you in if you have snacks. Because we feeling a little peckish, you know. Also, Claw is streaking with a 75 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Claw in the chat. Blindfolded. You're blindfolded in Nakey. This is Nepo's arena. Nepo, you got that.
Wait, what?
Claw's streaking
Naked?
blindfolded and naked.
Oh. I mean. Oh, come on over, bestie. Blindfolded and naked together.
Me, he wants some vodka snacks. She's on the bed, so I'll toss her a few. I'll toss her a few. Jojo, enjoy your Java Gin. How are you today? Known this person a few months. I love that. I love that. How'd you meet? Leaving in a few minutes. I hope you have fun. Have a good time. Have a good date. My room is not haunted. Masks, I thought those were trophies you took from your slain enemies. Listen, don't out me like that. They're masks. Bri. Masks. You know? Masks.
Oh, you got the Hanako skin?
Yeah.
Jelly.
Isn't she cute?
Super.
It's a little bit sad whenever suddenly her skirt is half missing in the back, but you know. Other than that, she real cute.
It happens to Lisa a lot too.
It happens to Sable too.
But that
Ghosty says it's
exact
because
same
she's
bug
a
that's
hoe.
happening on Hanako happens on Lisa too. It's the same model, so I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with it. They've never
Yeah.
fixed Lisa, so I doubt they'll fix Hanako.
Yeah, probably not. I think it's the skirt because it's the same style skirt that it happens on Sable with.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Coconut and curry snacks. Listen, I would try it. Nepo wants to F around and find out what number 3. You got the fool, Nepo. Nothing happened. I'm a
Man,
fool for you. Means those
Oh, wait.
are just masks. Nobody investigate further. Exactly, Bri. Exactly. Exactly. Question though. Would anybody like to join Nepo and my band? Because that's the name of the game tonight. While we're playing Survivor, we're starting a band. These chicks don't even know the name of my band. I'm only bringing 1, 2, 3, 4 and Bardic, and that's it. Those are the only perks I'm bringing. Would you like to join our band? Ooh, maybe I should bring a flashbang too, so then we can have a flashbang.
Flashbang and sprint burst. We blind them, smoke, and then run away. We disappear after the concert.
Okay. I'll bring a flashlight so we can have lights for our show. We gotta have lights for the show.
Not care, man.
I'm gonna bring the leather grip because I never use them anyway. Flashbang. And
hey, you
Pretty
also
Shana,
need
no
to
you,
see-
Persephone. Also, Moon is streaking with a 7-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. This is Nikki Moon in the chat. Doing worse than last night, but still functioning. Jojo, you need some rest. Get some rest. Please.
Is Jojo sick?
No, Jojo has severe insomnia. Also, hi, Missy. It's good to see you. Like, severe insomnia. Jojo doesn't know what the word sleep is. It's not in his vocabulary. Maybe plot twist will be my last one, just for funsies.
We love a good funsy.
Because I feel like that's dramatic. That's something you would do on a stage.
Flashbang, plot twist.
Why not? Why not? Why not? Jojo streak with a 190 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and naked Jojo in the chat. Plot twist. Splat. Exactly, Missy. Exactly. 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 If I could rest, I would. Would you? Would you? All right, we're going to turn off Apple Music. Boop, goodbye, Apple Music. No copyright claims today. No, no. No, no. I don't know how... Part of my stream got muted yesterday in the beginning, and I don't know if it's because my microphone was picking up my headphones. But it did! Oops. What can you do? What can you do? You know? Alright.
I've got some jobs ready for
I'm
you.
gonna start YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Welcome, or welcome back. Today we're going to be playing Dead by Daylight. We have some fun shenanigans today because it is officially 2 times blood points, which means all the shenanigans are happening now. All the shenanigans are happening now. We're going to be playing Survivor. We're going to be playing Killer today. I also wanted to talk about a few of the
Looks like there are others out there in
updates
need
that
of help.
DBD talked about in their tweet that they put out. If I can find it. Where was it? It wasn't a tweet, right? Oh my god. Maybe not. Yeah. No, I found it. Hehe. Their patch was it? No. Was it this one? No, that's old. Where's their tweet about the notes? Oh my god, where did I see it? I found it somewhere. And now it's
I've got
gone.
some
I should have
jobs ready
opened
for
it.
you.
I should have opened it early. It's about all the updates. Nope, not that one. Not that one. Not that one either. Here we go. Here we go. I found it. I just scrolled right by it. That's all. That's all. All right, here we go. Let's talk about it. All right, so as the Black Banquet is in full swing, we wanted to take the time to address some of the issues that have been raised within the community. Offering spawn rate. The current spawn rate is working as intended. Providing enough offerings to guarantee 1 per trial while allowing players to build up a reserve. Without the previous issues, or with the previous issues now fixed, the current rate is slightly higher than last year's event. And auto blood web and bulk blood point spending now prioritize the offering. So they've changed it so when you bulk spend your blood points, it's going to prioritize that offering of getting the cake versus other things, which it hadn't been previously. So don't worry about bulk spending. You don't have to go through and individually choose the way we were before. You can bulk spend. I do still recommend if you have a P100 using your P100, but you can bulk spend now without fear. So, offering rarity, we will be decreasing the rarity of the offering to common in the bug fix patch coming next week, reducing the blood point price of the offering in the blood web. We know this may differ from previous events, and while the changes are intended and reflect our vision for future events, we understand the frustration. However, this isn't meant to be any less of a celebration. Get ready for Blood Hunt starting today to help you make the most of the event with 2 times blood points from all matches until July 7th. So now through July 7th, you get those 2 times blood points. Log in anytime between July 3rd, 11 a.m. Eastern, and July 16th, 11 a.m. Eastern to get unique Trapper and Dwight Fairfield cosmetics as party favors for our 10th anniversary. Thank you for joining us in the fog, and we hope to see you around the table of the Black Banquet. So the unique cosmetics that you're getting for Trapper and for Dwight are actually the legacy skins. I wonder if anybody posted a photo in here. I don't think so. Yeah. Let me see. I should probably take my filter off so I can show. Otherwise, it's going to look crazy. There we go. Oh, you putting your Meg on? Oh,
No, I was showing that I have Legacy Meg.
Look at you.
Real Legacy.
Did we
I've been here a minute.
So, look at that Dwight. Look at that Dwight. Obviously, we're not on the killer right now to show the Trapper. But
where was that?
Log in. You gotta log in.
Oh God!
He's a handsome man. Get your shiny Dwight. So I've wondered, honestly, I was thinking about this the other day. I wondered if at some point they were gonna re-release the legacies in some way, the way that they do other skins, you know what I mean? I wondered if it was gonna happen.
That's I think my rarest thing I ever have.
Is your legacy Meg?
More rare. Yeah, I think it's more rare than the Twitch shirts too now.
Yeah.
Because this is for the people who played before Halloween and back in 2016.
Yeah, she's special. She's special. Need a strong, sweaty player to join. We're starting a band, Ghosty. You want to be in our band? You want to be in our bands? You should join our band, Ghosty. We're looking for bandmates. If you'd like to be in the band. Oh my God, that looks crazy with my filter on.
What does?
Hi, Enjoy. How are you, Meg? Meg looks crazy with the filter. Hi, Pause. Welcome in. Witcher, enjoy your macchiato miling. Mystic Fox, enjoy that you're a salad. Pause, enjoy your sip of scythe. DBD school in session. I don't know about that. I don't know that I know enough to be a teacher, but I just wanted to talk about the things you guys need to know. The things you guys need to know. Also, don't forget to use the code to get your Shane keychain if you haven't. What was it? Bike ride? Yeah. Use code bike ride to get your Shane keychain.
If you didn't do it last year, you can also use Love Bogata right now.
I think I did. I think I did. Ghosty streaking with a 155 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a naked Ghosty in that chat. Why are you dying laughing, True? Are you good? What's wrong? I mean, I guess it wouldn't be wrong if you're laughing. What are we laughing about? I'm doing all right, Enjoy. I'm doing all right. We are vibing. We are vibing. I'm gonna put a little counter on the screen. We're gonna use the liar corner and make it Whimsy versus Sweaty. For our lobbies to see how it goes. Is there supposed to be a space in there or no space when people put the code in?
A space.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Did I do it last year or did I forget? Because I feel like I might have. No. It says it's expired.
What?
Oh.
Should be active right now.
Code could not be redeemed. Server error. Please try again later.
No. Lawful got it.
Maybe I used it already and that's why. I don't know. I probably did. Is Vodka safe? Yeah, she's okay. Why? He's hiding under you?
Fireworks.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. Is she feeling better?
Milk and
She seems to be, yeah. Oh, are they doing okay? They're hiding. Poor babies. Poor babies. Yeah, protect your babies. Give them, if they need it, you know, anti-anxiety meds. Catnip is actually anti-anxiety for dogs. If you guys didn't know. So,
cheap. Very cheap.
But if you have
Sorry, I'm
cats,
walking.
obviously, and you have a dog, you're gonna make your cats a little crazy while calming down your dog. So, Chapo don't believe in drugs. He fights the drugs. Please. Please. You want to get in here, Ghosty, and join our band? I'm currently running, in case anybody's curious. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bardic, Flashbang, and Plot Twist. Flashbang, because we need pyrotechnics. Flashlight, because we need pyrotechnics. And Plot Twist for the drama. Because I feel like we need to be dramatic if we're going to be having a band and being on stage. Also, hi on YouTube, Jojo. It told pause it has expired too. You want to sweat? I don't believe you. These chicks don't even know the name of my band. Come be in the band. Someone mentioned drama as in dramatic. Jojo said Jojo has arrived. Not Evie arrived. Jojo arrived. Jojo's ready to play DBD for the first time ever. Jojo's ready to be dramatic. Jojo said, sign me up. Why are you forcing me to be in the band? Because I think you'd be really good. I think you'd be really good in the band. Yeah, Jojo. Yeah, Jojo. Jojo, come play. Let's start bingo. Guys, get your bingo cards. Get your bingo cards. Get on that PC. All right, we recruited our third bandmate. Ghosty is joining the band. We only need one more band member for this to be a full band. If anybody would like to join. Otherwise, we're gonna have a really confused fourth band member. Which is fine as well. It's fine if they're confused. many bingo cards we got. How many bingo cards? How come it's not showing me? I usually see. Uh-oh. What do you mean? Hi, Ghosty. Music sounds familiar. Oh yeah, it's made by my friend True. If you guys don't know him, Mr. True Inferno, Mr. Handsome Inferno. He's one of my best friends. He makes some really good music. I don't know. You should go check him out sometime.
Nightmare.
Slugging deep-throated a pickle. I'm back. It was amazing.
How do I
I'm over here talking about my friend
Bestie.
True Inferno, Mr. Handsome
I'm
Inferno, and
listening.
his music, and all of a sudden I just fucking deep-throated a pickle. Excuse?
So I also want to make the blanket statement that I genuinely forgot that you're live right now.
You,
Oh.
True. You. Yeah, did you?
Hi,
Did
chat.
you?
Hi, True Inferno.
What a statement to come back to.
It was a spicy pickle too, so it was so good.
We're not talking about your pickle, True. We're not talking about your pickle
I literally
specifically.
deep-throated True's pickle specifically.
Oh my god.
Nepo! Nepo, please! Okay, maybe we are. Maybe we are. Maybe
you
that.
asked.
Yeah, I asked. Oh my gosh.
Alright.
Consent.
Shana.
Consent to gulp on the glizzy.
I have something I need to confess to
Can
you
somebody clip that, please? That needs to be a blurp for Nepo. That needs to be a
Oh my
blurp
gosh,
for
am I gonna be a
Nepo.
blurb? What was it? What did I say?
You said consent to I can't even repeat it. Whatever you just said.
Consent
Something
to
about
Honestly,
something about glizzies. Something about glizzies. I don't know.
you gotta have consent to gulp on the glizzy.
There you go. That's what you said. That's what you
That's
said.
what I said or not. Tell you what, though, if I went to a church hot dog eating contest, I'd definitely win.
What were you gonna say,
I'm
Ghosty?
vegetarian.
The church eating hot dog contest? Why at a church specifically?
They do shit like that. Who else goes to fucking gulps down on the glizzy in a church?
I'll get on the blurb.
No,
Thank
I'm
you,
just
JoJo.
asking why at a church?
Thank
It's
you.
like, Happy 4th of July! Hot dog eating contest.
Are you just like...
This is what Nepo's hot dog eating contest sounds like, in case anybody's not sure. I don't like hot dogs. I don't like hot dogs, so I will not be found at a hot dog eating contest ever.
She don't wanna
Not
be
even
found at church.
vegetarian. Not she won't even be found in church, please.
Why are you even at the church?
Wow. Listen, you act like I'm not allowed to be at church. What if one day I wake up and I say, "Hey, Ghosty, I feel like we should go to this really cool church function that I saw advertised down the street." What are you going to say to that?
I'd be like, do they do witchcraft? Is that why you taking me there?
Actually,
It is.
churches do witchcraft. They just don't recognize
You
that
said
it is
you-
witchcraft.
You were
I
laughing
hate
'cause
it
know
here.
you thought it too.
I hate it here. I hate it here.
Said doo-doo.
I hate it here. I hate it here. Do we have somebody who wants to be the fourth member of our band before I fire both of these band members for being ridiculous and not memorizing the lyrics to our hit single Gulkin on the Glizzy vegetarian style.
Gulkin on the Glizzies. Gulkin on
Hydration station, choo choo. Everybody, please hydrate.
Last concert.
It was our last concert.
We got
Shana,
canceled.
do not like hot dogs. This is true and hilarious. I don't. Evie forced Shana to eat a hot dog. I did not eat a hot dog at TwitchCon with Evie. I just stood in front of the hot dog shop with Evie looking annoyed so she could get a picture with me looking happy. Black churches don't do that crap. I've never been to a black church. I feel like a black church would be fun. I feel like it'd be real fun. I feel like it'd be real fun. I'm a part of BTS, so I can't join any other bands. You could guest star with our band.
Guys, you're distracting me. I accidentally went live on fucking YouTube.
What's an instrument? 1, 2, 3,
Did you
4,
actually?
and Bardic.
No, I don't have anything open. My account isn't linked to my OBS.
Oh.
Imagine you accidentally went live on YouTube.
Guys, you're distracting me. There's too much happening.
Hi, Hightail. How you doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. Raz, thank you so much for the 17 heckin' months. Welcome in.
Razmataz 119 just resubscribed for 17 months at Tier 1.
I didn't have
I
time
didn't have
yesterday to
time
help
yesterday to help
yesterday.
vodka. So here we go for the
I
goodest
just dropped
vodka.
my ring.
It is advised you immediately.
Oh.
Is it our ring?
Raz! No.
Razmataz
It's the one that I wear
119
with
gifted
it.
50 Tier 1 subs to the
Raz,
community.
are you kidding?
Congratulations to the new guests. Enjoy your stay at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
Raz! Raz, that is insanely generous. You did not have to do that. Holy sheesh. You guys are...
I only have the dancing Sarah on Quake.
Guys, I'm sensitive today.
There's a couple bubbas in there.
Raz! The crab's jar. Put the tear jar away, Ghosty.
No,
Raz.
it's my time. It's my time. Get over here.
Hold on, I gotta get
You're
the
crying.
beauty blender. Hold on.
You're crying. Get over here.
Oh my god, Raz. I'm sensitive today, you guys. We cannot be nice to me today. This is not... No. Raz, that's gonna help so much. Thank you so much. I heckin' appreciate you. Oh my god. Hi, Racer. Thank you so much, Raz. Seriously. If you guys got a gift sub from Raz, and you're not lurking, please say thank you. If you're lurking, it's okay. You don't have to say thank you. You don't have to come out of lurk. Thank you so much, Raz. That was so kind of you. Holy sheesh.
You're saying you gotta come out of lurk. You guys
That
gotta
is
come
not.
out of lurk.
That is not.
All the
Okay, I'm not
lurkers
trying to
right
like
here.
ruin the moment, but this is the perfect map.
Okay, we're gonna go to the bar. We're gonna go get on the bar.
Yes.
Okay, I'll meet you at the
Try
bar.
to get it.
Meet
try to
me
get
at our
Bloodpoint.
spot.
He's headed there. His roommate.
He's trying to get on the bar too. Hold on, let me move. I gotta finish playing my instrument though. Wait. Oh, he's got whimsy.
He's got whimsy.
He's got whimsy. Oh, welcome to the bar, Nepo. Get up here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's on the table.
Look,
He's getting it. He's getting it, you guys.
Yeah.
He's getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome to the band.
everything's so low. I said
Glizzy. Glizzy. Oh my gosh. I'm okay. Everything's fine. Can I shake it for you? Shake it real good?
Get the flashbang.
Yeah. 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 Oh, we're getting it. Oh, he likes it. Oh, he's
touching your butt.
Oh, he like it. Oh, he really like it.
He's smacking on that butt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, we're starting off great. Yeah. Oh my god, we should do a gamba for each of these games. We should do a gamba. This is great.
I've never been on the table before.
Thank you, San Francisco. This one goes out to Razmataz.
San Francisco.
Okay, you know, dead dog, whatever.
I said glizzy.
Glizzy.
Welcome back.
Some glizzy.
Glizzy. Our random is just putting in all the work.
Blinded him and left.
I need a flashbang. Hold on. I gotta put in a little work so I can get a flashbang. Thank you for the lurk, Raz. I appreciate you. Get that casino game. Get it. You win that casino game. You make that money. Thank you for the lurk as well, Honest. I appreciate you. All right, I'm gonna get my flashbang. Hold on. Okay.
Teabagging is
I think for my tome, I'm supposed to hide in a locker while someone else is in chase.
weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
The way he's inching forward.
You get all of that.
It's a party.
He's gonna worry all of us in a minute.
Yeah, let's get some hooks. Does he want to hook me?
Where's he going?
I don't know.
He's getting knocked on down.
You gonna hook me? I'm in a game and go, WTF is perkless witch tits, and Cowboy goes, that's Shana.
Watch out.
Sorry.
Let's go. Do it again.
Yeah. Hook me again.
Do it again.
I'm like
Do it again.
running into Lara over here. Clam slam. How you doing, Grunt? It's good to see you. Can somebody shout out Grunt for me?
No.
Hook me. Get me. I'm right here. I'm ready.
moonwalking!
Oh, get it! Get it! Yeah! Look at that moonwalk. You're so talented.
I can't do it.
You're so talented. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! He's gonna come out of the ground. He's gonna get it. Oh no! Whatever shall we do? Yeah. Yeah, Jonesy Vodka needs surgery. She needs surgery.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you. She's okay. She's okay. She just needs surgery and she'll be 100%. So many people streaming and I can only have 2 tabs open for my view count. No, I get it, honest. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Oh, wait, hold on. Clam slam, clam slam.
Taylor might see your stream too, by the way.
Maybe.
Well,
There we
because
go.
I have you as a recommended stream. They found Sarah a few times when I played.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Oh my goodness. Hi, Blue. Enjoy your glory hole milkshake. How are
I've got some jobs
you?
ready for you.
That's my pup cup. Oh, let's get that cooperative action. Look at us cooperating. All right, now Laura needs 2 hooks. Hook Laura. We don't know her. Hook her. Did she bring cake? Did everybody bring cake?
You just straight up called her a hooker.
Maybe she is. I don't know. I don't know her. She's probably very nice. She's probably a very nice person.
But you know who's not a very nice person?
Who?
Shana Leigh.
What? Oh.
Shana Leigh called me a slur once.
Oh, did I call
Please
you a
clip that and make
glizzy
that a-
guzzler?
Wait, I need to clip that and make it a sound ridiculous.
Nepo is a glizzy guzzler.
Oh no, I was
There you go.
Shana called me a slur.
Don't you dare!
Shana Leigh called me a slur.
You should
And
make
here's my story.
Nepo is a glizzy guzzler a sound alert.
That's great.
I found his spicy totem, his spicy bones.
It's probably plaything.
It's probably Hex Hive.
Oh, yeah, it
I
might
have
be.
plaything.
It might be plaything. Got into our new place, and so now this month it's unpacking while wrangling 2 toddlers. Oh my gosh. That's a lot. That's a lot.
There she goes.
It will not be so easy.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, she needs hooks. She hasn't been hooked yet.
He's working. You see him twerking?
Oh,
right
he's
now?
getting it. Yeah. Get it. Does she not know that he needs to open the door? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Farm those points. No. Let him hook you. Let him hook you.
Not the dead part.
Let him hook you. He needs 2 hooks, Laura. 2 hooks. Just 2 hooks. And that's it. Oh.
The Jin reference is crazy.
All right.
I have prepared.
I'm ready. Plot twist.
Oh my gosh, you can cheat.
I might.
The quick turn.
Bye.
Oh.
It's so fun to do. Especially if you do it with like Soul Guard. Because they think you're injured and that they're about to hit you and then you just Soul Guard.
Oh, that was so fun.
Connie V!
Thanks for coming to, or it would be joining our band. Thanks for joining the band. Joining the band. Cage perk for the W. Oh my gosh. How are you doing, Bloom? Oh, all good. How you?
Sierra, I might not
Listen,
be
I
able
had
to
a
stick
day,
around
but I am
longer.
doing great now. I'm doing great now. That's okay. You stay for as
The
long as you
cats are really
can.
spooked. The
Oh,
cats are
poor
spooked.
babies. They don't like the fireworks.
They don't like them.
Aw.
And I used to live in a place where there wasn't a lot, and now I'm in a major city, and there's so many of them.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine it's
I
only
might-
worse there.
I might go sit with them for a little bit. Turn on some, like, cat TV or something.
Listen, if you gotta take care of the babies, I get it. I get it.
Which, if it calms down, I'll come back. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, you know you're always welcome. You've always got a spot.
Oh my gosh, thank you!
I
And if
will
there's not a
kick
spot,
people
you'll
out
definitely
for
make
you.
room, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
You know I will. I will kick people out for you.
Perfect.
I'd be like, sorry, someone's gotta go.
Alright, everybody
Someone's
needs
gotta
to give
go.
subs to Shanna.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
No, you don't. You don't gotta gift me
Perfect.
subs.
There you go!
Fallen Leshy just
Fallen, thank
resubscribed
you
for
for the
42 months
42
at Tier 1.
months.
Good
You're gonna have
news, I'm going to
surgery in
have a
3
surgery in
days?
3 days, lol.
What kind of surgery are we talking? What kind of surgery are we talking? Like a good
Good
surgery?
news, I see. What says good news?
What kind of surgery? Also, Nikki, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Enjoy your pull tea. Enjoy, enjoy. I hope unpacking and everything is going well, though, Jonesy. I hope it's going well. Well, thank you for the lurk forever. Does anybody want to come join the band? Anybody want to join the band? Nepo, you got the Wheel of Fortune. You lost all your sanity. Or maybe, not all your sanity, 25%. Or maybe you gained 25%. Who knows? Either way, you're safe. Ray, welcome
does
in. How are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you're doing well today. JoJo's hot. Pass it
Bye
on.
for
JoJo
now.
is hot. Bye, Nepo. Love you. The rock and roll band. I mean, it could be a rock and roll band. The Hatsune Miku band. I mean, it could be. You know, it's whatever band you want. Whatever band we want. I love you, Ash. I love you. Ash, would you like to join the band? Would you like to join the band? Who wants to, anybody? Anybody want to join the band? Ray, you want to join the band? Ray says, I only sweat. Listen, if it's just ghosty at night, that's fine. I cannot tonight. I saw it. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Let me see. I might go to Nick Cage over here. Put some points into him so we can upgrade our plot twist a little bit. No, it's okay. You don't need to apologize. Nick's not liking the mojo, you guys. Everybody better bring cake. Cheryl. All right, if we have randoms, we got to try and convince them to join the band. I can, but I feel like I forgot how to play since I've been freed from hospital. Hey, listen, the thing is, Ray, we're not being super serious right now. We literally are trying to just whimsy the killer. So my perks currently, if this tells you anything, are 1, 2, 3, 4, Bardic, Flashbang, and Plot Twist, because these are my instruments. We have a band. My flashbang is because we need pyrotechnics. My flashlight is for pyrotechnics. And then plot twist is because the drama, right? I got to bring the drama while we're on stage. So we're just trying to whimsy the killer. We're trying to whimsy the killer. Is it going to work? Maybe not. It did last our first round. That was kind of epic, honestly. So I appreciate you, Ash. I hope you know that. I love you. I love you. So much. So much. But yeah, if you want to join VC, you can. You don't have to. I don't know if you're in my Discord, Ray, but there's no pressure if you don't want to. But if you do want to, just pop yourself into the Purgatory voice chat and we will drag you. You can bring whatever build you want, but please bring an instrument. That's my only request. Oh, look at your fit. You looking cute. I said that and Lara looked at me like, thanks. Oh, poor Chapo. Poor Chapo.
He's scared.
Yeah, he probably doesn't understand all the booms. Luckily, vodka doesn't seem to care much. Remind me after stream to find my ring, which is, I think, somewhere on the floor in the dark. So I won't find it right now. I'm here too. Hi, Nepo. I don't have access to any VC though. If you approve the rules, so like when you join under rules, so like there's in the front desk, welcome, and then rules, it says cafe entry / I agree. If you click that, not the heart. There's a lot of people who've clicked a heart.
I've got some jobs ready.
You have to click the button. It'll give you the role, and then you'll see the voice channels and stuff. Including, yeah, there you go. Nepo.
Hello.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nepo. Hi, Ray. How are you today?
Feeling a lot better since returning to the hospital. Last week was quite tough, but I'm recovering well.
I'm glad you're recovering. I'm glad. I'm very glad. Vodka, come get some snackies. Very glad. You're back just in time for double blood points and everything, so.
Yeah. The one thing I managed to still do while in the hospital though was maintaining my streaks. Those are not going anywhere.
Did you? Thank you for those vodka snacks, Esmeralda. Ghosty, enjoy your Banshee Espresso. You need naked Takis? Do they have naked Takis on DoorDash? Could I order you some naked Takis, Ghosty?
No, nobody has made it. I need them naked though, so the dust cannot set on my fingers.
Oh.
I really need some.
Why don't you use chopsticks?
So you're asking me if I can't use chopsticks, right?
No, I mean
But
like how
am I
people
gonna
use
sit
chopsticks
here
with Cheetos.
and use them?
Miss the days that almost all the killers had whimsy in their life. I know. I know. I mean, I get it.
Started using talkies because, I mean chopsticks because I was trying to impress you.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wait, who's the killer? I see the box. Oh,
Nemesis or
Singularity.
Wesker. Oh, never mind.
It's a Singularity box. Do you think Singularity will have whimsy?
I don't know. He's trying to hit me.
Where? Let me come put on a show. I'm ready.
We're going to Shack. Shack.
Shack? Okay. I'm coming. I'm coming to play my instrument. I'm ready to whip out my guitar.
Please hurry. I'm scared.
Oh, there's a spicy totem right there. Oh, he... Oh! Come on, sir! Okay, he hit me. He hit me through the guitar, but now I'm playing my tambourine and he's just standing here. Okay, I think he's got a little whimsy. Is he gonna stick it out, though? Yeah! Are we friends now? Yeah! Can we friends? No. Okay.
I don't think he's friends.
Come on! Let us farm! Farm with us! Be friends! No! Okay, we're not friends.
Matter secured.
We wasted time though, and there's a spicy totem right there.
Just raided with 6 viewers.
Shrut, welcome in Raiders, guys. If you're not already following the wonderful Shrut, there's a button at the top of your screen you need to hug right now. Go give him a sneaky cheeky follow. It is free to do so. It's free to do so.
Oh my god, of course it's always haunting ground with me. Are you kidding me?
We love Shrut. We love Shrut.
This is my 13th
Go show him lots of love. Go show him lots of love. Shrut, how was DBD for you today? How did your games go? How'd your games go? Listen, there's no way you could have known it was haunted ground. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
It's always my fault. Every time.
No. I told you to cleanse it. Blame me. Blame me. Oh, nope, he didn't care. You tried. You tried, Ray. You tried. Singularity didn't want to be in the band.
I mean, it's in its training. It's a solo action game.
Sugar Daddy, welcome in. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. I'll find somewhere I can maybe plot twist. Let me see. This corner seems mighty cozy. Why can't I plot twist here? It's only letting me Bardic or 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on, let me Bardic real quick.
Scully says you need a crouch.
Oh, that's why. That's why. I'll heal you real quick. Oh, I was gonna say I can plot twist. I can plot twist. It's okay. Worry not about me, friends.
Can you circle for unhook?
Get the hatch for 10 subs. I'll try. I'll try. I'll try. I gotta try and get the hatch for 10 subs. We'll see. We'll see. I make no promises, but I can heckin' try. Nobody brought a hatch offering, so it's gonna be completely random. Will I make it out alive? Probably not. Oh, 11's here. 11 and I are doing shack together. "11, keep working on the gen. 11, I'm doing a performance. Work on the gen, please." Do you feel inspired, 11? You better. I'll heal you and then I'll go get my pup cup. Okay. Oh. He's coming. How dare you? I thought I was going to be able to get that heal off, and I could not, in fact, get the heal off. You missed. You did not miss that time.
Genetic material ready.
Yeah,
for
he was looking away. Her scream, though. Her scream is like... It's good. It's good. You know she felt that hook. You know she felt that hook.
So you're about to feel
Oh.
this punch I'm gonna give you. Respectfully.
The killers tunnel you so much. I'm so sorry, Short. I'm so sorry. Is he coming? I think he's coming.
Yeah, he is. Go, 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 go.
I got rid of his meatball, though. Okay. Ghosty, no.
Another angle.
Still think Hinako needs new clothes. I know she has a skin for another character, but please someone give her a warmer outfit. I actually love this fit, though. I love this fit. Friday Killers are playing tonight? Yeah. Our first game was really fun, though. You felt that hook? Okay. I'm gonna go for Ghosty, it looks like. I will lurk for the other unhook. Where are the meatballs? I'm sure he meatballed it up over here. Yeah, he did. Okay. All right, I got 11.
I got 12.
I got 13.
You got me there.
He's on me.
I don't have even 12, 13, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not 11 thinking you were gonna heal.
How? I got a meatball on me. I got a meatball on me. I'm gonna die. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna make it.
Probably not, but it's the spirit that counts.
Oh! Oh! Yes! W save! Let's go!
I'm opening the door next to Shack. Like it's on the same side.
Oh my god.
Get out, Shana. Get out, Shana. Get out, Shana.
I'm right here.
I gotta save. I got to save. Got to
Let's
save.
go, let's go, let's go! I had to hit the Bardic one more time. I had to do it. I'm so sorry. Thank you for attending our concert. Sorry you didn't like the show. I see he wasn't a big fan of our band. You know what? That's okay. Not everybody's going to be. I didn't make the hatch. I'm so sorry, Sugar Daddy. I wasn't gonna let that flashlight save go to waste. It was a W save. It was a W save, to be fair. Thank you for the offer, though. That was amazing. That was amazing. GG's. Oh. If anybody would like to be the 4th member of our band, we are accepting a new member for the band. Oh my god. I had some sweats earlier in the event and made me not want to play for a good bit. No, that's fair. Listen, when things like that happen, you just gotta... You gotta have a good time with it and find a way to make it fun or take a break, you know? And that's what we're doing because people have been so sweaty. So we're finding a way to have a good time with it, right? Right? Radical, welcome in. How are you doing today? Is it a Swedish meatball? Yeah, it might have been. It might have been. It might have been. I was living la vida loca. Escape, Vinny. That's how it's done. Right? Right? Back to lurk and go lurk, go lurk, go lurk. I gotta get some clips from that game. That was a good one. Let's see. What was the time? It was like 1:14 the game before. I think I was doing some good loop in there, so we can probably mark that off on bingo. Oh, go right ahead. Go right ahead. I'm gonna put us in the drop screen so you guys can drop if you would like. And we'll do some words on stream too. Oh, we need to restart. Exclamation point drop plus your favorite emote. Let's see. I did say I was dead, and then I survived because Ray came in with that W flashlight save. I think we had this in the first game. We did talk about that. I did say that. All right, beautiful. Look at all them cakes too. Let's go. I'll put us back over as soon as your words on stream is done. Weekend opened up, excuse me. I love that for you. Push certain movies to tomorrow. Watching a bunch of scary movies tonight. Ooh, what are you watching tonight? What movies? I gotta know. I gotta know.
Alright, I gotta heal myself several times, so...
Okay.
Oh, we're in regular. I never noticed till now.
Ghosty shirt? Yeah! Ghostface and Wednesday. I'm in Maine. And one of his guards is also here. I can't perform with a guard on me. Sir.
Would not have
We can try. I can't try when I'm down though. How you doing, Signal? It's good to see you.
So hey, how's it going, Knight? You can't even get through the door!
Oh, I only needed like a couple more. I don't think... Oh no, this is not looking good.
The random, that's the random.
Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to get you up.
No, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
So this match is going really well.
I did not think you would have whimsy, so you know.
We didn't even get to try. Nope. Wow. Okay, so this guy sucks. Zero whimsy. Absolutely zero whimsy. No whimsy. 0 out of 10. Negative 20 out of 10. Negative 20 out of 10. I rate him. Send him to jail. Off to jail with this human knight. Whatever he is. I would say yeah, technically I failed a flashlight save.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I gotta look
No, you're
up.
good, you're good, you're good, you're good. You're good, you're good.
You don't want to be healed?
I think they're going somewhere else. We can follow. Oh, they're on main gen. I'm just gonna work on the gen with them. Oh, he's coming. He's got where you get off the gen and it blocks it.
Da
Da da da da da da da.
All right.
Yeah, listen.
Is that his mixtape or like what was that?
You know, I was remembering the D, and then I can't remember the other two letters. Yeah, that. My cat's begging for baked ziti. Your cat is begging for baked ziti. That is so random. Oh my god, why is... Of all places, why did you send your guard there?
I would say so, Scholar. I would count it.
Oh god. Fuck me.
Right now?
Yes. Here in front of God and everyone.
Kinda kinky, I'm into it. At this point, we turned into a police squad.
Yay!
Oh my god, she's teabagging so hard.
Oh no. Is this where I go plot twist?
You might go for a slug.
Should I plot twist?
Possibly. Yeah, he's putting the pawn on us.
He'll never guess that I'm here.
Mori.
Ooh.
He's mooring them?
Master. Yep.
Oh my god. 0 whimsy. 0 out of 10. This
The
killer
knights
needs
never
a
have
life.
whimsy.
This killer needs to go touch grass. I'm back.
I'm alive.
I'm alive. I'm dead.
Looks like there are others out
I'm
there
alive
in need of
again.
help.
I'm looking at you. Fuck you.
You're just camping over here.
Why is my hook, my state not going up?
Because I'm next to you.
Yeah, because it counts when you're dead on the ground, unfortunately. It shouldn't, but... Alright. Who is he gonna camp? Who should I
He's thinking
save?
of both of us, we're in range.
Okay, Ray's on second hook.
He's just patrolling in between us.
Oh, he just put a fucking guard right
I'm
there.
about to be able to get myself off if he keeps walking up and down.
Should I just go work on a gen? I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what to do here.
Bye.
Okay,
I'm
the
taking him away, I'm
guard's-
taking him away.
The guard's gone. Let me go get Ray. Come here, I'll touch you. Oh my god, here. I'll get the guard. I'll get the guard. Oh. I'm gonna go down. It's fine. That was terrible looping. 0 out of 10 looping skills on that. I ran into the beds that had a little corner on accident. Oopsies. Ad break. I'm sorry, guys. I think this might just be like a full hatch game, which is totally fine. But let's make it hard for him.
I'm just dedicated to making it annoying at this point.
Yeah, let's just make it annoying for him, as annoying as we possibly can. Oh, it was fast?
Like,
That's good.
I know we're not about to do 5 dudes then.
Yeah, no. I just want to be a pain in the ass at this point.
Do you want to heal?
Yeah, you can heal for the points. We brought cakes. We might as well, like, get some points. You know what I mean? Thank you. I'm sorry, Ray.
It happens.
Zero out of 10 whimsy. Do not recommend. Find the hatch, Ghosty.
I got you.
Negative 20 out of 10. Whimsy. So you did not like our band. You cannot come to our concert. Ever again. So sorry. Hi, Leigh. How are you?
Wow, you missed that. And I was like,
Leigh,
really
do you
close
want to
to
join our band? Oh, also, Hydration Station Choo Choo. Thank you. Thank you, Night Mama Angel. How you doing today? Let's go!
It was right where I was doing a gen. Are you kidding me? I should have stayed around there.
W.
I'm glad you found the hatch.
Gotham Jester.
He wasn't very funny. And he didn't bring cake. He didn't deserve those blood points. He didn't deserve those blood points. No cake. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Right? Right? Popped over from Cooper's to visit you. Aw, you're so sweet. I hope Cooper's stream is going well. I love her so much. I love her so much. Leigh, if you'd like to join our band, you're welcome to. Or if anybody else would like to fill our 4th spot, you're welcome to. Only requirement is we ask you to bring an instrument to join the band. To goof with us. Oh my god, you know what we could also bring for... a perk instead of flashbang? Scene partner. So I can scream. I'm gonna sing. Perfect. They Will Kill You, Forbidden Fruits, The Glass House, Obsession, and Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Ooh. Okay. I really want to see Obsession. And I really want to see The Mummy. The new one. You'll have to let me know what your thoughts are on both of those. I haven't heard of the other 3, I don't think. I don't think I've heard of the other 3. Dakota with a 55 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Dakota in the chat. Let's go. I'm doing all right. How you doing, Dakota? Yelling at Rebecca. Rebecca? I love that.
News.
Gross news?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
My brother's coming to visit.
Ew. When? Ban him. We got Cheryl. Do you think she'll join the band?
Charles.
Cheryl. Why'd you say it like Cheryl? Cheryl. It's like how you'd say Carl. Carl.
I'm so I was going.
Obsession's so good. Dude, that's what everybody says. That's what everybody says.
Cheryl, we can all live together.
We can all live together.
Go start fucking playing Rick or something.
Oh my god. We can all live together. I'm dead. I'm trying to make sure I'm not being haunted by my grandmother right now. Okay, you gotta elaborate, Dakota. That's you can't just come in with a sentence like that. You gotta elaborate, love. You gotta elaborate.
No more elaboration for me. No comments needed.
What? They Will Kill You gave me Ready or Not vibes. Ooh, I love that movie. I want to see the latest one.
The second one is on Disney. I forgot to tell you.
Is it?
I saw it yesterday, and I was like, oh, I gotta tell Shana.
Oh, we gotta
I'm on
watch
Disney.
it.
It's on Hulu, but my Disney and Hulu are combined, so if that's misinformation for
You
people.
guys want to go to Maine and see if our
Probably
killer will come there?
So.
I'm behind Maine. We're performing. Oh, Cheryl just got knocked down.
Welcome back.
Okay, I'm not allowed to heal you, Cheryl. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just gonna...
Oh, he's into the music. He's here for the music. He's here for it. I don't think I'm allowed to touch.
Oh, you scared. You gotta go.
Oh. But my screaming's part of my performance. I think what would this be, like a 0.5 on both sides for Whimsy? Cheryl turned into a bot!
I love you.
I love you too. Listen. So he had the Whimsy in the beginning. And then he lost it. He lost the Whimsy. So what do we do about this? How do we rate this? How do we rate his Whimsy?
Like a 2.
A 2 out of 10?
Oh, we're going out of 10? My bad. Like a 5.
Please, sir. Please, sir. Let me save my friends. Please. We're a band. Please.
I see a spicy totem. I'm gonna die next to her.
Someone might want to bring Unbreakable or something. Is he gonna let me wiggle? Please, sir.
Nice. I'm waiting for you.
They're a bot! I can't make her die faster. Oh, is he we're dancing. We're dancing. Please, sir. Can I save my pup cup? We can perform together. I'm performing. Okay. His rating's going up. Maybe he can join the band. We lost one bandmate, though. We lost Ray. Oh no, I've screamed. Dance for him.
I don't know what to do at this point.
I plot twisted.
He wants me to pick you up.
You can start healing me, and then I'll pick myself up. Stop in just a moment. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Recover. Oh.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
He's saying I can cleanse his totem. Okay. Weenie with the 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. Nikki Weenie in the chat. Is he gonna dance while I perform? Oh my god, when my instruments are ready, that'd be so cute. We can work on some gens and he can kick them.
It'll be the longest game.
All right, let's go see if he'll let us do some gens. I'm so sorry, Ray. I'm so sorry. This game looks interesting. We're seeing how many killers will join a band with us. Oh no. He's gonna hook me. I'm gonna let him hook me. Oh no, he wants you to hit him with the pallet. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Let's do some more. Let's see. Is there a gen somewhere? Whee. Oh. Hook me? You're gonna have to be able to take me off the hook. Oh, I think you're in the way. Yeah. There you go. We love it. We love to see it. Too bad he murdered our friends. Oh no, he's got to pick you up quickly. Yeah. Okay. Oh no. You're so close to bleeding out. Oh no. Okay. Let's see if we can get a gen done. Maybe. This is peak Dead by Daylight Bloodpoint farming. Okay, I don't think he wants to kick it for some reason. I don't know why. You get more points that way. You would definitely get more points that way. Well, he doesn't get full whimsy points because he murdered half our team. But we'll give him some. We'll give him some. At least half. As long as both of us stay alive. Good night, Ray. Thank you for the games, if you're still in chat. Guys, go follow Ray if you haven't. Ray did start streaming shortly after the last tournament. Ray's a lovely bean. Ray's a lovely bean. Go show Ray lots of love. Hi Chaos, how are you? You going to bed, Missy? Good night. You feel like, I'm sorry, his music is so loud. You feel like what?
I'm playing against the
I know. The number of times I've had to mend, oh my god.
That's why I said I feel like I'm going against the
Not going to bed anytime soon, so beware. Uh-oh, what chaos are you gonna cause? Riding through the Colorado mountains? Spotty reception at best? Oh no. Oh.
Oh, he didn't let him kick
Please
out.
be safe. Please be safe. I hope everything is going well, Cynical. I let him kick it so many times. I don't know if he could even kick it anymore. You only get like 8 kicks on one gen. Oh my goodness. Okay, 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 I gotta mend. Or I will pass out, my friend. I will bleed out. He likes the music. He likes it. Oh, I couldn't play my tambourine. I started screaming in the middle. Oh, okay. Oh, nope. It's time to let him kick, I guess. Oh no, you turned into a bot. Oh no, Ghosty's internet must have gone out. Oh, power went out? Oh no. It's just us. Just us, Mr. Ghoul. Ghosty, no. I'm so sorry. Where do we think Hatch is? Not that I think I'd be able to hear over his very loud terror radius. Is it over here? Am I blind? Okay. I don't see it. Oh, we're okay. I'll let you carry me. Oh, we're dancing. Have a good night, Radical. Thank you for being here. His terror radius is just so loud. I'll give him... What rating do we want to give him for his whimsy? What are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? We'll do a gamba on the next one on whether or not we think they're going to be whimsy. If Ghosty can get back in, if their power comes back. Yeah, this game was definitely taking forever. It was taking way longer than we anticipated. If Ghosty can't get back in, we'll probably swap to Killer. Probably swap to Killer. The question is, do we want to, It came back? Okay. I don't mind doing Survivor with you still, Ghosty. We can keep playing. We can keep playing. The hatch is not gonna spawn upstairs, love. It's not gonna. No, are you sure? Oh, do you want me to wiggle? think he's having trouble finding Hatch too. Let me see. Let me see if I can help. Oh, I hear it. Over here. You gonna go open the door? I'm gonna have to mend before I can get the door open. I gotta mend. I'm surprised he shut that and doesn't just want me out of here. You guys think he's gonna mori me as we leave? He might. He might. Put a 1 in the chat if you think yes, 2 in the chat for no. Uh, 1.5. He didn't, surprisingly. Surprisingly. Nod for Dwight. You know, we love Dwight. We love Dwight. He must be a survivor main. Must be a survivor main. Thanks for joining the band. That was a very long match. Holy moly. And we didn't even get a full 40k. That's crazy. That's crazy. Poor Cheryl. I feel really bad for Cheryl and Ray. And Ghosty because their power went out, but... You know... Shana. Sometimes. Shana. How's everyone doing tonight? Doing well. How you doing, Rob? Welcome in. Welcome in. It was, yeah. I'm gonna do killer for a little bit. Gonna do some killer for a little bit, you guys. Wanted to die sooner. That's fair. Should we do the banquet? You guys want to do the banquet? Is there, hold on. There's no bonus on the banquet. Is there a bonus at all? No. Dakota! Thank you for the gifted. I appreciate you.
Dakota Cooler 2000 gifted a tier 1 subscription to the community.
Let's try a little banquet.
Enjoy
with
your
the
stay
killer.
at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes, because I think I have to do some of the banquet quests anyway. So. I'm happy to do either. I'm happy to do either. So. We can, whatever the bingo stuff is for Survivor, just kind of opposite it on Killer. Kind of opposite it. Ooh. I need...
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Add-ons. Maybe that'll give me some add-ons. It did. Okay, cool. Cool. Alright. Let's see how this goes. Let's see how this goes. Also, I need a Whimsy. I guess we'll give him... We'll put a half a point. We'll put a half a point.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
0.5, because he did kill half the team intentionally until Ghosty DC'd, so. Hi, Icy. Welcome in. How are you? 6penny streaking with a 3-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. And Nikki 6penny in the chat. Icy, enjoy that Americano incense. How are you? I'm doing well. Doing well. We'll see how this goes. I make no promises. But I have really been enjoying this build for the event on Ghostface. You guys know I'm not a great Ghostface. I'm not even gonna try and kid any of you. There's no part of me that will kid any of you, but for the event, I feel like this build has worked really well for me for the most part. You know what? Let's... Where did we whisk away to? I don't see any survivors nearby at all. Where they be surviving at? Not nearby, that's for sure. Okay. We're locked in. We poisoned her. We're gonna have to poison her again. Oh, I should have just hit her. I thought she was gonna drop it on the other side, and she ended up dropping that on the wrong side. I should have just hit her. What? Was that my lag or her lag? You guys, what? Okay, that was definitely lag, but was that mine or hers? Oh, her lag because it botted. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense, Icy. I was so confused just now. Holy moly. Holy moly. My confusion just now was so real. That was crazy.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I think probably just went under main. If I were to guess. Maybe over. They're up there. Surprising. Under would have been a little bit sneakier, but okay. I don't find that poisoning the tables is actually super helpful. Sometimes maybe, but I have not found that this map is very good for me on Ghostface when I've done it in the past either, though. Because I feel like... There's Kate over there. I feel like I'm just like constantly trying to see around grass and stuff. Oh, they went through the portal. Pretty sure. Maybe not. Okay, yeah, reveal me, go ahead. I'm still gonna come for you. Whee! I need to kick some gens. Get some, eruption value. Why are you just gonna stand there? Why? I mean, if we want to farm, I'll farm with you. I'm happy to farm with you, but you gotta let me kill the bot. You gotta let me kill the bot.
Come back.
Be lurking, trying to refresh when I can. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. I saw that explosion over there. Are any of them spread out at all, though? No, it doesn't seem like it. Why do I keep trying to hit shift still, though? Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it, Icy. What is going on? Am I crazy, or are these guys playing very strangely? I feel like they are. Could probably make it to basement with her, especially because she's not wiggling. Like, I don't understand what's going on. They're playing like they've just like fully given up. I'm so confused. I'm genuinely confused right now. She's not wiggling. I don't know what's happening. I'm so confused. Why are we acting so defeated, guys? Oh, she must have gone through the portal. Like, are we okay? Do you guys want to talk about it? I'm doing well, Car. How are you? Girl. If you're gonna give up, I'm just gonna kill you. Bye. If you're not gonna help your team, I'm just gonna kill you. Shana out here destroying souls? No. I just genuinely don't understand what's going on. You know, you're see-through, but I can still, there's still collision. Hello? I'm so confused, you guys. I don't know what's happening. Yay for new internet? Yeah. Oh, there's no hook there. I'm dumb. She's gonna wiggle off. My bad. That was dumb on my part. Come back! I don't need a stealth. I don't know what I'm doing. Bye! Okay. Let's try this again. Alright! We gotta find another hook for you, sweetheart. Oh, I can't go that way. There's a door here. Over here. Oh, you've got boil over. That's why this is, yeah, okay. You know, checks out. Whee! Right there. Alright, goodbye, bye. Be careful playing DBD. If Shana's the kill- Listen! Listen. If you're Sable or Shane, I will let you go. And also, like, I'm not even a good ghost face. Wait, what happened? Oh. Did Sable die on Hook? We did have a Sable, right? Did she? Guys, I'm so confused right now. Should I let the Claudette go? I feel bad. I don't know what happened. I think I should let's let Claudette go. Let's see if we can find the hatch. Hold on. Let's see if we can find Hatch before she does, and maybe let her go. Or if she finds Hatch first, that's fine. I don't care. I feel bad. I feel really bad. I don't know what happened here. I genuinely do not know. Listen, earlier we had a match where the hatch was like right in the corner on this map. It was really weird. Neither the killer nor I could find the hatch for the longest time. La 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 la. Let Queen live. Yeah, we're gonna let Queen live. I feel bad. Did she find the hatch? Queen, are you at the hatch? Queen. 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 Queen, it's okay. Queen, I'm not gonna hurt you. Queen. Queen, come on. Come on. Come with me. Come. Let's go find the hatch. Come on. It's okay. Let's go look. We're looking together. We're on an adventure. Let's go on an adventure. You know what? Queen, come here. Why don't you... Queen? Why don't you cleanse some bones or something? Get some extra points. Do you want to get some bones? Here. Look, bones. Do you want bones? 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 Get some bones. I feel really bad, you guys. Look at them bones. Good job. Good job. Good job. Let's go do something else. You want to hit me with a pallet? Yeah, good job. Good job. Okay, let's do something else. Let's do something else. What else can we do? You want to work on a gen a little bit? You want to do a gen? And then I'll kick it. We can do this together. We're in this together. Bonus points. Yeah, exactly. Do some more. We'll farm this together, Queen. It's you and me. We're in this together. We're all in this together. You and me. You're a queen. It's us. You and me, yeah. I feel bad. Oh, that was kind of naughty, Queen, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna let you keep working. I'm gonna let you do your thing. Thank you for that follow. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. All right, can I kick it again? We've all been there, especially with the killer right here. I get it. You know, I get nervous too. Maybe you got a chat talking to you. You know, I get it. Times are rough. Times are rough out there. I get it. It's like a Mike, enjoy that yokai latte. Have to wait until later to play that game because holy moly, it's being picky right now. Oh no. $150 for your new internet, Leigh. Yeah, that. Queen, I'm gonna need you to lock in. I'm gonna need you to lock in, boo. Hit those skill checks, okay? Hit them. Hit those skill checks, okay? I believe in you. You've got this. You can do anything that you set your mind to, okay? I'm gonna go look for this hatch. You work, okay? You put in work. You put in work while I look for this hatch. It's gotta be here somewhere. Maybe I can eat some dessert. Yeah, look at that. All right. Where's this hatch at? Could it be under main, maybe? I found it. I'm gonna close it and I'm gonna let her open the door. Bye, Queen. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye-bye. I feel really bad. I don't know what happened. At least she got 43,000 points, you know? Yeah, they gave up so fast though. Like that's the thing. Like I don't know why. Like, okay. The Yunjin clearly lagged out. Which like, okay, fair. Maybe the internet gave up on them. But then what happened with everybody else? What happened? Sable died on hook. Nancy just gave up so fast. I don't even know. I think this is a I don't know. We have a whimsy category. We have a sweaty category. Should we have a like... What should we even call this? No spoons? MIA? I don't know. I don't know what to call this category even. Because, like, it was not even either. It was not even either. I don't even know. Nancy and Sable didn't care. Yeah. No F's given. I don't know. Maybe they'd been having rough rounds previously and they just weren't feeling it anymore. I mean, valid. It's valid, honestly. I don't know. I don't know. I feel really bad. I feel really bad. Cowboy, welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Maybe we'll just call it no Fs. Because that's kind of what that was. We'll just kind of, you know, they gave no Fs. They just gave up. All of them. All of them gave up. Welcome in, Cowboy. Guys, if you're not already following Cowboy, please take the button that's at the top of your screen. Give it a boopity boop. It's a tap. Go give our friend, our wonderful friend right there, Mr. Cowboy, a sneaky cheeky follow. It is free to do so. And we love Cowboy. We love Cowboy. He is fantastic. He might be the false cowboy, but you know what? That's okay. That's okay.
New donation from car_313.
Thank you so much for the dono to help Vodka. I heckin' appreciate you. I heckin' appreciate you, and so does Vodka. It's gonna be really helpful. Really helpful. We're at 42% now toward her surgery, so thank you so much. Short, welcome in with the raid. Eli, welcome in. Cowboy, welcome in. How is everybody? How was your stream, Cowboy? How were your games? Tell me all about it. When are you streaming next? Well, just, you know, we're gonna put points. I don't feel good about this. I don't even want to look at him. La 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 la. Back to Ghostface. Games were rough. Oh no. Were people super sweaty? Listen, we decided to start a band on Survivor, and I was having so much fun, but then Ghosty's power went out, and the rest of the band had to leave, so now I'm just playing a little killer. But I don't know what your plans are for the rest of the evening. I'd be down for a little more band if we have some people who want to start a band. I don't know. I'll start a prediction for this one though. How will the survivors be? Whimsy? Sweaty? Or will they be no Fs, meaning they're just gonna give up like the last team did? Whimsy, sweaty, or no Fs? Gonna play with Eli and Diablo 4 for a bit? No worries. Go enjoy some Diablo 4. Go do it. Anonymous.
An anonymous user contributed $5 to an item on Throne.
Thank you for the
Thank you so much.
$5 contribution toward the Diogen poster. Ooh, it's such a cool freaking poster. Such a cool freaking poster if you guys haven't seen it. I heckin' appreciate you. I heckin' appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Anonymous. That is the Throne one on Bingo. Also, I do need to give VODKA a PUP so we can call it. We can call this one too. Guys, go follow Cowboy if you have not. And also go follow Shrut. Go follow both of those beans. I need to find somebody else to lurk now. Hold on. Hold on. That's easy. That's easy. There we go. There we go. I hope you enjoyed
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Close my second tab on my browser. Valid. Honest. Yeah, you don't need two Shanas. All right. Let's see. How are survivors going to be here? Are they going to go for the whimsy? Are they going to be sweaty? Are they going to give up on us? Oh. What do we think? Let's kick this. Then will we get that eruption value? She ran right at us. Was she going for the whimsy? She might have been going for the whimsy. I gotta wait for them to fully initiate the whimsy because I don't trust it. You know? Too far to the left. She's gonna drop it. There she goes. She's gonna... Oh, she didn't. I thought she was gonna vault there. Sable, don't worry. We always let Sables go, regardless of whether or not your team goes to the whimsy. You're out of window vaults now. I've got poison back. Oh, I missed. I lost her? Oh, she turned invisible. She was sneaky with it. That was good. That was really good, actually. That was really good. Is she gonna drop? Yep, she drops. Is she gonna vault? Nope. Okay. Oh, okay, I missed. That's okay. Oh, again with the miss. She's quick with it. I got her that time, though. There we go. All right. I don't think Sable wants to be romanced with poison. Why? You're poison. You're poison running through my veins. Isn't that how the song goes? You're poison. I don't wanna break these chains. Poison. Isn't that? He'll be here 3 a.m. today? Gross. I'm sorry, Ghosty. Oops, I didn't mean to hit the rock. Alright, that gives me time to break that, because now she is poisoned. I think they're working on that gen. Oh no, that gen's slowing down. Hee hee, JK. And bop! Alright, beautiful. To fix your mom's car. At least, hey, at least he's there to fix your mom's car. That's nice. That's nice. I heard somebody else over here. I don't know where. We'll let it go for now. Oh, she's over here now. Oh, nope. It's okay. I'm gonna let that go. I'm gonna kick this, because she's gonna reappear in a moment. She's up here. Yep, go ahead, drop that. This is not a great place to be, lovely. Worst palette on the map, honestly. What are you guys doing? We're all hanging out here? Sable, hi! I love you! I saw the grass move. There she is. There's our Sable. Oh! The window vault! Oh, too far, too far, too far. I hear her. She's gonna drop that on me. Nice try. It was a nice try. I'm gonna hook her over there. And then we're going to kick that gen. I know you're agitated, babe. I'm sorry. I don't blame you. Can I help you? I didn't need to do that. I just wanted the points. Okay. I mean, if you want me to hook you, I will. I don't know why you were just standing there, but okay. Happy to take the free hook. Alright, are we all friends now? I like Sable, so I don't want to go for her. I'd rather go for you. Honestly. No. Nice try, Sable. I think she might wiggle off. I might have gone for a hook too far away. Sable, what are you doing? Question is, do we camp hook or do we let her go? Sable, don't try it. I like you. I like Sable. Sable, no. Bad Sable. Bad Sable. Bad Sable. That's a bad Sable. That's a bad Sable. Naughty Sable. Naughty Sable. Naughty Sable. Naughty Sable. Crawl, Sable. Her name's Mela, whatever. Now you don't have your flashlight. She's gonna bleed out. She gonna die on hook. Crawl me. Let's not whip anyone. They didn't even try for the whimsy. They just tried for the sweat. They said, all sweat. Only sweat. I see that we are just trading.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Now, if that's what we want to do, I'm cool with it because I'm just getting points.
Welcome back.
Hi, Muskin. How are you doing tonight? How you doing tonight? Welcome in. Wow. Wow. Ada didn't even bring cake. Ada deserved to die. Selfish, Ada. Selfish. How's DBD treating you tonight? Listen, I've been having a great time. We started with playing in a band, which I'm happy to go back to if we have enough people who would like to do a band. And right now we are just doing some killer. Just doing some killer. They were definitely a sweat team, not a whimsy team, not a no Fs team. As in a team that gave up. But very much sweaty. Very much sweaty. I was hoping they might go for the whimsy. Hoping they might go for the whimsy, but they did not. They did not go for the whimsy. Get some good sleep, Hillary. Thank you for hanging out with us. First off, I met enjoy your shade soup from the cafe. Oh no, I do not. I'm not a very good ghost face at all, Spectral. I'm not a very good ghost face at all, especially in like a normal match. I've been enjoying Ghostface in specifically the Black Banquet. I'm not a good Ghostface at all in a normal match. I really like Nurse. I've been enjoying Nurse. I like to play Artist. I don't know that I'm good at Artist. There's a few other killers that I enjoy. I really like Bing Bong. Yeah, but Ghostface, not really. No, I'm a terrible Ghostface. But in the event, I feel like Ghostface with this build has been pretty decent. Specifically with this build. I'm not great, but I've been able to do well with this build overall. Come on, I need add-ons. If we could, that'd be amazing. Oh my god, it's still gonna give it to me. Oh well. Oh my god, you're still sick, Muskin. I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better soon. You have very high fever, no energy. Have you taken any medicine? I'm doing well, Duncan. How are you doing? How are you doing today? Getting ready for season 4 of From With. What is From With? Adapted 2 killers earlier. Didn't enjoy it though.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
What killers did you adapt? I used to farm with Doctor. It's Doctor's kill switch for the event. Honestly, fortunately, because I get so overstimulated with Doctor, even like playing him. But I understand that he's really good for farming. Dakota, thank you for the biddies, by the way. Thank you, thank you. I'm always open and willing to take advice, by the way, from people if they have tips on how I can play Ghostface better. I feel like I'm not good at the whole stalking thing though, which is where I like kind of fail with him. Like I wanna go for it, you know? I'm not good at sneaking. I just wanna get in there. Does he not know I'm here? He's got. He's got it. Thank you for the
Prime. Just subscribed for free with Prime.
For 25 heckin' months. I appreciate you. Awesome Muskin. Streaking with that 7 stream streak. You guys better. Wait. Are we whimsying? Are we? Oh, okay. We're whimsying. Okay. I'm cool to whimsy. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm cool with this. We got a whimsy. We got a whimsy crew. Okay, yeah, save him. Take him off the hook. Thank you. Okay. No. I gotta hook him again. I like his fit though. Wait, let me hook him. This is gonna be his second hook. Okay. A whimsical zone. Yeah. Are they? No. They're farming blood points. They're farming blood points, which is kind of what I love it. They're teabagging each other, or clam slamming. You know, depending. We love it. We love to see it. Okay, so both of them have been hooked twice. So now we have to find the sable. Yeah. Hey guys. Yeah, we love to see it. Okay, where's your teammates? Where are your teammates at? Let's go find them. Where are your teammates at? Do they have the whimsy? Can I kick your gen? Thank you, Sable. How you doing, Jade? It's good to see you as well. Are they gonna come save you? Hold on, let me bring you over here. This is the hook. This is apparently party hook over here. You guys better save Sable. Not the teabag Sable. Not my Sable. Oh, goodness. Not my Sable. I know nothing about this game. Hey, that's okay. I love this game. Let's go find our last person. He's over here. Where'd he go? Did he come to this gen? No? I'm not gonna lie, the other survivors running around threw me off just then. Cheering up a friend earlier, now I'm playing Avatar. Everybody having bad days today. What's going on? It's been a rough day for a lot of people. Work on that gen. Thank you. Is he over here? No? What gen did this guy go to? I love Sable. That's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl right there. Work on the gin. Oh, is he over there?
Dakota Cooler 2000 contributed $5 to an item on throne.
Dakota!
Thank you so much.
Thank you for contributing to the item on throne. I heckin' appreciate you. I heckin' appreciate you. That was very sweet of you. That was very sweet of you. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. No? You know, let's just poison some objects. We'll get points for that. I have no idea where this dude is. Is he just hiding somewhere? Yeah. Okay. Thank you! Guys, I found your friend. Oh, they flashbanged me. Gonna try and rest? No, you should. You should definitely try and rest.
Welcome back.
You should definitely try. Hey, come back here. Hey. That was not very nice. How dare you try and run away from me? Go ahead. You. That's crazy. I hope you're doing well, Sin. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Such a nice ghosty. Listen, we love some whimsy. We love some whimsy right now. It's a Bloodpoint event. I'm here for some whimsy. I'm here for some whimsy with some fun survivors. It's all good. If everyone wants to have fun, I'll have fun with them. I'll have fun with them. Can somebody check and see if our TTVer is live? Woodworthy? Woodworthy? You guys can look and see. Is it? Oh, nobody's in there. Wow. Wow, you tricked me. You tricked me. Oh. No, nobody's there. Nobody's there. You gonna hit me with a pallet? Do it. Ouch! He is? Okay. We'll have to stop by and say hi. We'll have to go by and say hi afterward. Me? Over here? Nobody's there. Are we tiptoeing through the tulips? Tiptoe through the tulip. You wanna go have some cake with me? You want cake? You wanna go to the basement? Wait. Do you wanna die? This? Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? I think he wants the Mori. Are you sure? I think they want the Mori. I hope so. I hope so. I hope I was reading the situation right. I hope I was reading the situation right. I really hope I was reading the situation right. Oh no. I don't know. GG's. Oh my god. Okay, good. Okay, let's go say hi. I'm gonna stop by their stream. I'm gonna stop by the stream and say hi. Let's do it. Angelic, hi! How are you, beautiful? It's so good to see you. Guys, if you are not already following the lovely, the beautiful Angelic, you know what to do. You know what to do. Hug the button at the top of your screen. Go give Angelic lots of love. It's free to do so. It's free
Angelic
to do so.
Trishaw just rated with 17
Angelic,
views.
how was your stream? How was your stream? You guys will absolutely love her, I promise. Tell us all about it. When are you streaming next? How was Letter Lost? What is Letter Lost? I need to know. Welcome in. I hope it was a good game and a good stream. Woodworthy. Welcome in. We're about to go spy on the person we were just playing against. Let's go say hi.
This is the most fun I've had at DBD in years, generally. Yeah. The fact that the killers have been freaking, have been freaking fun as fuck.
Hold up, this Carlos didn't bring an offering at all. Yeah, some of them don't, unfortunately. Fire Archer with a 10 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nakey Fire Archer in the chat. Let's go. DBD's been a lot of fun. We were doing some Survivor where we were pretending to be the, like a band and just goofing. And now we're doing some killer and just goofing. We're just trying to have fun with it. Just having fun with it.
Hi, Mr. Ghosties. I love you. Thank you for vibing with us. And I very much wanted a Mori. I will sacrifice myself to get the Mori with Ghosties and Wesker.
How are DBD? But yeah, we've been having a lot of fun. It was so much fun. A horror story game. Ooh, is it worth me checking out?
I'm gonna give you a follow.
How do you slow-mo clip in DaVinci? Do you know? So you right click on the thing and then there's like a change clip speed and there's a few specific things that you need to change about it. It's hard for me to remember what the buttons you need to click are without me having DaVinci open, though, Ghosty. Someone taught me that for Ghostface and Myers, if you want to 99% the stock, then fill the rest. Oh, okay. That's good to know.
But yeah, I appreciate you being 5e as fuck. I love a good Ghostface.
I like her
And then I was trying to go
VTuber,
around
very
and
cute.
find you every freaking item in the freaking match. Very cute VTuber.
I'm gonna drop her a follow.
I love Ghostface and Weskers.
Very cute.
I will literally throw the match.
Boob. Hi, Ghostro. Welcome in. Also, thank you guys for the follows. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat whatever you feel comfy with.
I'm a little under the influence. I've been drinking.
Oh no, she's been drinking. So fun. So fun. She's very cute. Very, very cute.
Oh my god. You made us
When's your next stream, Angel? Angel. Wow, I've never called you Angel in my life. Angelic.
so fucking much. I'm at 660.
When's your next stream?
I never actually thought I was gonna.
That's so cute. So cute. We love to see it. We love to see it. We love some vibes. We love some vibes. That was a good one. Tomorrow is Sunday. Let's go. Let's go. Do you know what you're going to play? Been experimenting with using Rampage on Ghostface as well, since he can profit from the haste. I feel like in a normal match, that's probably really good. That's probably really good. I don't know. I feel like the event is just, it's so different on, like, even on people's mains and stuff. You have to really think strategically on your build and what you're going against with the tables and what you might end up with as far as the tables, because it's all RNG. And then you're also trying to use your poison at the same time, right? So that's why also certain killers I feel like are not as good for the event. So like I struggled really hard with Nurse trying to do the event because I couldn't blink to save my life and throw poison. Like it was just, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So I don't know. I think I may do more Letter Lost because it's been getting good. Ooh, how far into the game do you think you are right now? I'm gonna show you something. Okay. Aw, Ghost, you're so sweet. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Waiting on a friend to watch a show. What show are you gonna be watching? You could try one blink nurse. Oh, like the bumbling nurse. I think that's what Scully called it. The bumbling nurse. That could be interesting. I wonder what the build is for that. I don't know the build for that though. It's important but hilarious. Uh-oh, okay. What
It's
is it?
not important. Not important.
Oh, not important? Okay.
I just wanted to show you before I like fixed it.
Okay.
I'm gonna fix it. That's
Okay,
what I
let me
wanted to
see
show you,
this.
So quick.
Let me see this.
I was trying to get it to where you could see the headbutt.
Okay.
So hold on.
Should I be sharing my screen with everybody?
if you want. It's up to
Okay.
you.
Okay.
Can they see it? Or...
Yeah. They can see. They can see.
Okay. So I was trying to get the headbutt in here. I was trying to slow-mo the headbutt because I made a comment later on. But for some reason, this is so funny to me. So I slowed it down too much. And it just ends.
What the heck?
It's so unimportant. But it was so funny to me.
Oh my gosh. One more time.
Oh my god, hold on. I gotta get to it.
Blinking is hard. No, it is. It is. But I feel like I've been getting better. But it's definitely hard.
Somebody.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
I'm sorry.
No, you're cute. You're cute. You're cute.
Thank you.
You're cute. It's her eerie add-on that makes her 4/4 speed and gives her only 1 blink. Yeah. Okay. We could try it. I mean, it couldn't hurt, right? I wonder. Okay, you know what? Let's see. Let's give it a shot. I don't know how well this is gonna work out, but
it is advised you immediately.
Dalek! Didn't have to do that.
Angelic Try Short gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the community.
Thank
Congratulations
you so much
to the new
for
guests.
the 5
Enjoy your stay
gifted.
at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
You didn't have to do that. Save your money. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. You're too kind. You're too kind. I love you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. For Eerie add-on, okay, so we need to do the Eerie add-on. So this one, right? And we'll figure out our second add-on in a minute. I need to make sure I have cake. Let's do... I still want to do Franklin Weave. I feel like that's just really OP in this event specifically. What else do we want to run? Maybe we need Aura. Predator. And we need some gen regression. Do we want to do... I'm afraid to run Ruin because I feel like it's going to get found and cleansed so fast. Jay Newson, welcome in. How are you? Honest, welcome in. How we doing? Guys, if you're not already following Honest, there's a button popping up at the top of your screen as well. Please hug that button and go share some love with Honest.
Just traded with 8 views.
How was your stream, Honest? Tell us about it. How was God of War? You know what? That's a game that I've never played, but I know a lot of people who genuinely love it. Surge is always a good default. Yeah. Surge could be good. Surge could be really good. You could do Surge. Weenie, welcome in with the Honest raid. Angelic, what are you getting into the rest of tonight? Hi, Zamba, welcome in. Should we try Surge? We could try Surge. What should we do for our second add-on? Let's see. Heading a survivor with a sexful? Wow. I said that. Guys, also go check out my friend Zambos and his music if you have not. We love Zambos. We love Zambos. How you doing, Zambos? Hitting with a successful blink attack grants undetectable for 25 seconds. After reappearing from a fully charged blink, the nurse immediately blinks at a full charge in the direction she is facing. Once the nurse exhausts all her blinks, allows the nurse to immediately blink back to her original position by... No, I don't want that. When succumbing to fatigue, any survivors within 8 meters of the nurse are afflicted with blindness. Ooh, that could be useful. That could be useful. Ooh, wait, this could be actually... because blood points. Blood points. Considered insensitive because I'm brutally honest. That's too funny. I love that we have double honest in here right now. I hear low energy, ready for bed, but enjoying every second of it. Pause. If you need to go get eepies, go get eepies. Blink attacks inflict mangled. This one extends lunge. That's one I think I normally use. This one increases movement speed to the... Ooh. Hitting a survivor with a successful blink attack disables the ability to blink. And increases the nurse's base movement speed to 4.6 for 60 seconds. So if I blink and I hit them, I can't blink again for 60 seconds, but I move at 4.6 meters per second. Do we think that's worth it? Do we think that's worth it? I have a build so good it offends peeps. For nurse? I don't like the add-on with the aim reticle. When I tried it the one time, it threw me off so badly because I started playing nurse in 2v8 where we couldn't have the aim reticle. And so I got used to not having it, and then when I tried it once, I was like, ah, what's happening? What's on my screen? And it just threw me off completely. Anyone run completely naked, and when you murder the whole lobby, they do get salty. Okay, yes, but I feel like that would be so hard with nurse. At least in the event. Don't know enough about this game to give an opinion on whether or not something is worth it. We could try it. I'm tempted to go with the Bloodpoint one, though, because of the event. I don't know. Oh, also, we need to add to our whimsy score up here. I forgot. We're gonna put up our vote for what the survivals would be like now. If you guys want a gamba.
So there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, the final moments for tonight's edition.
Yeah.
But before
Means you'll be mostly running players down with the occasional blink. Yeah. That's if I hit them with a successful blink, though, too. I have to hit them with the successful blink.
It has something to do with the next edition of the Kyoto.
If I blink past them here,
so with
then...
all of that said, I bid you all a good night.
We'll just try this, and then maybe we'll try the other. That's what we'll do. I'm so indecisive. I'm so sorry. Very much new to this game still. I love seeing everyone's build and whatnot, though. Always intrigues me. It's so different. We were talking about it's so different for the event, too. Especially because, like, with the... poison, I don't know, I just struggle so much. I struggle so much. I don't know, blinking and throwing the poison, so I don't know. When did I get the windshield wiper nurse? Oh, I must have gotten it from the rift.
One more.
We could play the windshield wiper nurse if we wanted. My build for Freddy just makes everyone stay miserable because of the rotating slowdown. I've never played Freddy before. He's one of the killers that I have, but I've never played him. There's a few killers that I've never taken the opportunity yet to play them. I will eventually. I eventually want to play all of them, you know? I want to get comfortable on all of the killers at some point. Did you know MMR stands for Mastermind Mains Rule? Food for thought. That's funny. But yeah, I eventually want to get comfortable on all of the killers. But I feel like if I do, you know, I'm gonna really, if I do too many at once, I'm gonna really like overwhelm myself. All right. Yep, they were over here. That's what I thought. The question is, where'd they go? Right over here. Oh, missed. Oh. I hit the table. That's okay.
Welcome back.
Dude, I'm not used to being this fast with Nurse at all. This is crazy. Kind of crazy, kind of shook right now. Oh, I should have held that for just a little longer.
Welcome back.
Oh, missed. Dude, I'm so fast. Who am I? What's that, one guy who, like, runs? You know who I'm talking about? From, like, the Olympics? You guys know the Olympics guy? The runner? My brain immediately went Michael Phelps, but he's a swimmer. Not him.
Nightmare.
Usain Bolt, yeah.
Nightmare.
Call me Usain Bolt.
Nightmare.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Congrats on your bingo. When I went Adept, I found that the one blink limit so much easier. Really? Where is everybody? Really? Okay. Okay. I'm very used to having 2 blinks, I won't lie. I'm used to 2 blinks, I will not lie. Who jumped through that window? Nah. I see you here. Why you running around? Now you gonna die. I feel like it probably seems like I am tunneling, but it just so happens that I found you again, and I am very sorry. Yeah, Deerstalker is a great perk on her. Again, for the event though, we are just a little more limited because Franklin, oh, see, I just tried to go double blink. Franklin Weave, I think, is so powerful, especially with so many people bringing flashlights and stuff. Yeah, you know, I can whisk away too. I don't know if you know, but I can do that too. Where did you whisk? Where did you run to? Oh, are we up? We're up here. Oh, I barely missed you. But hi, how are you? Oh, I should have held that a little longer. I'm so out of practice with her. I've been playing so much Ghostface lately. Why are you just hanging around, sir? You just got off hook. This is probably not the best place for you to be. Oh, I'm just gonna break this for the blood points.
Ah!
Wee! Angelic, I know you have played DBD in the past. Yeah? How often do you play DBD? What do we need to do to get you on some DBD? I see these scratch marks. But where did you go? Oh, you're not there no more. Haven't played it in a while. Well, you know, we've got this big anniversary event right now. It's a good time to take advantage of some blood points. Whee! Oh, that was too far. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. You guys see that? That was pretty good. Yeah, you gotta get on soon. There's some codes that you can use before they expire. We also just got an Indigenous Survivor, which is really cool. He's so cool, too. So cool. Haven't really had much of an issue, though. Been paired and against a bunch of numbnuts. I'm not sure why. Oh no. I'm so sorry. That's so frustrating. That's so frustrating. I feel like MMR, especially for the event, has been really... There's nobody there. I don't know why I swung. Really fucked. Really fucked. All three of his perks are great. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. His perks are really good. I think I saw somebody over there on the other side of this. We're gonna come up here. Nobody's there. Where are they? We're back here. Oh. I didn't quite make it. Nowhere to hide would be amazing right now, which is unfortunate that we don't have it. Wide open throttle and last stand is an amazing combo. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I completely agree. Let's just get some blood points by breaking that. They're being very sneaky. Oh. And that's where Franklin Weave comes in handy. Hello, sir. Could I have gone for Nancy? Yes, I could. Am I gonna go for you though? Ooh, that was cheeky. Very cheeky. Oh, very nice, very nice. That was very good, very good. I missed. Now I'm sad. That's okay. But at first we don't succeed. We try again. No worries, no worries. My feelings are not hurt. We're not gonna kick that yet. Done something with MMR late last year playing Springtrap. I stopped going up against players entirely, and now it's mostly players that can't get out of their own way. Really? Oh, I have no poison left. I'm not doing great. I'm not doing great. That's okay. Wow! I way overshot that. I just tried to double blink again. Like, you can't do that, Shana. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Got her. Got her. We might go, you know what? I might go Eruption on the next one. I feel like I might get a little more value out of Eruption than Surge. These guys definitely did not try the Whimsy route, by the way. No Whimsy.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
They also just didn't straight give up either. Like our one group did. Oh. That was nowhere near the gen. Not anywhere near it. Nope. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. You can look at chat. Whatever you feel comfortable with. You know what? I had a time, or I was playing a lot of Chucky. Because I got Chucky during 2v8. When he released as part of 2v8. Oh, see, that's where I normally would have double blinked, and I forgot I couldn't for a second. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. I messed that up. That was habit. That was a habit. That was a habit blink. That's what that was. Hello, sir. Oh, come on. Let me touch you. Let me touch you just a little bit. Come on. Come on. Oh, you guys are no fun. Hi. Come on, Nancy. Oh, you guys are no fun. Nancy. I just want to play. Flea Puff. Oh my god, my goth mommy queen. Hello. Oh, I overshot there. How are you? Guys, if you're not already following my goth mommy queen Flea Puff,
just traded with 34 views.
Please change your mind and go give her a sneaky cheeky follow immediately. It's free to do so. It's free to do so. And you guys will love Flea Puff. She's amazing. She's amazing. Please go follow her. She's goth mommy for sure. Goth mommy for sure. Go follow her. Go follow her. How was your stream, Flea Puff? How was your stream? Also, Angelic, if you need to post-stream self-care raid run, please do. I love you so much. I love you so much. And same for you, Honest Path. Same for you, Honest Path. Is it Sarah? Sarah, welcome in. Kirk, welcome in. The hi. I know. Listen. I gotta say hi to them when I show up on them like that and just blink in their faces. I can't help it. Surge and Franklin's only work with basic attacks. Oh, I didn't know. I did not know. Okay. We need a small change of plan then. So we can keep the Franklin weave because we're doing bumbling, right? Right? So our second hit should be, in theory, basic most of the time. Most of the time. I want to change out Surge though for Eruption because I think I'm going to get more value out of that. Anyway. Did you have a good stream?
Kirkachu gifted a tier 1 subscription to Fleepuff.
Thank you for the gift
Enjoy your stay at Shana's,
I heckin'
Sunny
appreciate
Meadows.
you. That's very sweet of you. That's very sweet of you. Mid-subathon, gonna raid in Lurky. No, please do what you need to do, Fleepuff. I love you. Thank you for coming in with your community. Thank you so much. So excited to see you live. We were checking out Midnight Walk for the first time, some 7 days. So you felt the right place to go. I appreciate you. Well, maybe your community can tell me all about Midnight Walk because I don't know anything about it. Anybody who came in with the raid, you guys want to tell me about it? And if anybody else needs to do any post-stream self-care too, please don't feel bad about it. I need more goth mommies. All the goth mommies, dear Hunter Matt. It's good to see you, by the way. I hope you're doing amazing today too. Came back at the perfect time for some nursing. Yeah, we're trying out some different things because Spectral had some ideas for a bumbling nurse for the event, so we're trying it out. See how it goes. So, have the pug sleeping next to me. What a baby! Give some little extra scratches for me. Also, Matt is streaking with a 7-stream streak. You guys better close your eyes. Is Nikki Matt in the chat? And Nikki Matt, congrats on your bingos, guys. Congrats on your bingos. You were the ace. GG's. Rad, welcome in. GG's. We were trying out some things. I haven't been playing Nurse lately. I love Nurse, but for the event, I was having a lot of trouble with her and like the poison and stuff, so I had not been playing her. We're a little out of practice, I won't lie, but we're trying some stuff out. Because Spectral had some ideas, so we're working on it. It's a work in progress currently. But good game, and I hope you have a good time in your next one as well. I'm gonna fight you. Listen, fight with love. Let's pay out our prediction there. They were definitely a sweaty crew. Oh, somebody already paid them out. Thank you for that. We'll start another one though. They were a sweaty crew, not a Whimsy or no F's one. And we'll put our hello. Oh, I want it. Hold on. I think it's just not showing up properly for me. Reload. I think that's the issue. Hold on. Chottomate. Manage. No. Why isn't it showing up properly for me?
Help explain what's going on here. You step foot.
Prediction, hello? Choose outcome. There we go. Okay. I think it totally messed up, so let's try this again. There we go. All right, prediction is up if you guys want a Gamba. No F's means they're just gonna give up because we did have a crew completely completely give up on us. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Do you think we have a formula here? Does the 1 blink work? If not, you could go the other way and do 4 blink, nurse. I think let's try the 1 blink again. Let's try the 1 blink again. I just gotta get used to it because I'm used to double blinking. I'm very used to double blinking, so we'll try again. We'll try again. I believe in the 1 blink. It's kind of a sharpshooter strategy. Yeah. I get the concept. I get the concept in my head. 3 of us were swift. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So you guys had some good communication going then. I feel like for this event, whether, you know, you're on Survivor or not, like having a strategy, and especially if you're on Survivor, being able to communicate is really, really useful. It's really useful, especially for the tables and knowing which one you're setting and when to set and when to not. Super useful. Thank you for the lurky, Fleepuff. I appreciate you. Claymation game. Very Tim Burton-esque. Ooh, I love Tim Burton. Made me cry, laugh, and get scared. Wait, I'm gonna have to look into this game. Been experimenting on Chucky. Have somewhat remade his 2v8 kit using Tinkerer, Silent Shadow. Using those 2 perks on Heidi Hook can be difficult to pinpoint where he is with a constant random undetectable. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. I may need to steal some of your builds and stuff sometimes, Spectral. I may need to try them. Also works for me to overshoot, close the gap with the increased walk, float speed. That makes sense. Makes sense. Love you, Fleepa! You're so sweet. You're so sweet. Give him all the loves. I know you do. I know you do. I know you do, Angelic. Guys, go follow Angelic too. I'm gonna remind you again. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and we're gonna... I haven't been poisoning the objects really, but we're gonna do it. Alright. Ooh. Either direction they could really be. We're gonna go ahead and go this one though. Let's see. Did we choose correctly? I don't think so. I think we chose poorly. Well, yep, unfortunately. You know what, that's okay. Win some, you lose some. Ma'am? Did she stop running, or... Uh-huh. Did I hear somebody in that locker? Or was I hearing her through the wall? Because she sounded like she was right there. That's crazy. Where are they? All right, well, that was a lot easier than I expected. Decrease the 1 blink fatigue cooldown and you're golden. That'd be nice. I see somebody over there. There's 2 people over there. There's also 1 person over here. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. That's okay. Hi, buddy. Buddy. What you doing? Oh. I was not trying to poison that object. I think that was a little bit of lag for me. Let's just bumble on over and hit him with a M1. And then maybe blink and... Oh, we missed. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I see you, buddy. M2. Or M1, sorry. Ba-ba-bum. Got him. And he's going on to hook over here. Why is the other guy on second hook? Are they not saving him? Oh, they let him go second. Yikes. Wait, did everybody bring cake? Oop, Kate didn't bring cake. Guys, if anything, we gotta make sure Kate dies. And... yeah. Hi. Yeah, if anything, you're the one who's dying. Def not saving him? Yeah. If anything, you've got to die, Kate. I'm so sorry. But you didn't bring cake. This is a team game. Don't know if you know. There's no I in team, but there is cake. You didn't bring any. It's a series of unfortunate events for you. I saw you guys come in here. Hi, guys. Oh, hi. How's it going? Oh, a little out of reach. I should have held that just slightly longer. Wow, did he just sandbag you? That's kind of fucked. That was a little fucked on your part, my dude. I saw that. I saw that sandbag. He was right behind you. He was right behind you. That was a little messed up, my dude. Don't know if you know, but that was a little messed up. I'm so sorry. Listen. Vittorio, you're good. Go save him. Where's Kate? Where the hell is Kate? I swear to God. Yeah, Kate. Bye. All right. Well. Yeah, being so fast on Nurse is actually kind of nice. This is kind of nice. Now that I'm not relying so much on my blink. Oh. Guys, I think I just lagged. Is stream okay? Was that just the game? So I'm gonna need you to get off this, Jen. Where are your friends at? Can you tell me? I'm not gonna kill you, but I am gonna injure you. And I would like to know where your friends are. Oh, there's one. There's one. Which one? No. Oh. In a bush? Shrim's running, got it? Okay, good. I was a little worried with that, lag that just happened. It must just been the game. Wait, stream wanted to blink too? Oh no. Okay. Maybe it was my internet then. I do not like that. Okay, they're not working on that one. Oh, wait. Somebody was.
Oh!
Our sandbagger. Hi, buddy. You're dead. I don't know. Maybe you didn't mean to sandbag, but listen, only one can get out alive. Especially if you guys didn't try for the whimsy. Which so far you have not. Really, I should just take you all out. What is this move? Ring around the rosy? Are we ringing around the rosy? Rebecca, you have not finished your next fourth wing, but you must die. All right, Vittorio, I need to make sure that you don't save Rebecca. So, we've got to talk, Vittorio. I'm just gonna down you for a moment. Let's walk around. Come with me. I need her to stay on that hook over there, so you're coming with me. La la la. No, we're going as far. You're gonna wiggle off, I know, but we're gonna go as far away as we can. Vittorio. Stop it. Oh, he didn't get the memo. Vittorio, no. No. Bye. Vittorio, wiggle. Now you can wiggle, Vittorio. Bye, Rebecca! Go work on your book, please. Oh, look, the hatch. Here you go. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Bye. Oh, hydration station, choo-choo. Everybody please hydrate. Her name is literally Kate. Kate starts with a C.
No,
C
stop giving me money.
For cake. She didn't bring cake. No cake, cake. Day, thank you for the biddies. GG's. GG's. Thank you. Thank you, Spectral. Where was her cake? What was Felix even doing? Felix only had 10,000 points. Even No Cake Kate had more points. I think you confused them. I might have. Froze for a moment, then replayed the one part where you mentioned it being nice to not have to rely on Blink so much, but it only replayed that part once. That's so weird. It's so weird. To be fair, I don't know how new they might have been. They might have been a new group. They might have been newbies. Profile's private, so they might have been babies. Probably not with those levels being so high, but who knows? Hennes. Thank you for the lurks. Appreciate you guys. This was pretty decent. This one was pretty decent. Not bad. Should we stick with this? Should we stick with this? Good night, Whippy. Thank you for hanging out with us. This is good. This was good. They were definitely a sweaty crew. Oh, everybody voted sweaty. We're going to return those points. How will the survivors be? Are they going to have whimsy on this next one? We'll see. We'll see. Oh, because it's a holiday, Whippy? That's fair. Well, I hope work tomorrow goes well for you. I'm sending you all the love. All the love that tomorrow goes well at work. I hope it goes well. P3'd my Legion due to the 15 million blood points. I mean, hey, as you should. As you should. You should make sure you log in. Honest. Log in over the weekend. Log in today or tomorrow. So you can get Dwight and Trapper in the Legacy skins. I have a little snack pack. It's got apples and pretzels and these little they're like little mini Reese's. Except they're like peanut butter and caramel. They're really good. I love these little snack packs. I've been like snacking on this snack pack since the beginning of stream though. Listen. I love the aesthetic of the skin. I'm not a big fan of the sound, Day. The sound very much reminds me and Ghosty. Oh, we've got Shanes, you guys. We're gonna have to let them go. We're gonna have to let them go. We can get some blood points off of them, but we gotta let them go. My dude, not right in front of me. Not right in front of me. Let me get some points off of you. It reminds me of windshield wipers that need fluid. That was a really good hit. And are on a dry windshield that somebody has turned on. Are they all just gonna stick their generators? What are these guys doing? How did I miss him? Oh, this is the same. No. This is a different one. Oh, no, it's the same one. Okay, I can't hook him again. We gotta make sure that he only gets downed again. We can't kill Shane's. It's against the rules. It violates tribal law. Good. That was good. Oh. That was close. Oh, that was a terrible blink. I had my mouse too far down. Okay, this is the other one. Beautiful blink up the hill. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Oh, that was a auto aim hit. Now you're both down.
Welcome back.
Okay, if I'm gonna hook anybody, it's gotta be her. He's gotta stay down because that would be his death hook, and I'm not killing Shane. So...
Welcome back.
Angsty artist. Get her! That might make you want to... Oh! I went straight through the wall. Might make you want to play. I think you should start playing again. I think you should start playing again, Honest. Hi, Nia. Oh no. Okay. It's your turn. It's your turn, Nia. I'm so sorry. I'm not really. Nia. Oh, Nia's not even wiggling. Nia, why no wiggle? Did Nia give up? He really wants them bones. Okay. You're staying down. I can't kill you. That's totally fair, Honest. Totally fair, Honest. Oh. I heard it. Heard the whistle over here. I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went. Damn it. so sorry if I'm missing anybody's comments, by the way. I am, like, so focused right now. Oh, that's where I would have normally second blinked, but I did not, so. Alright, this is the one we have not hooked twice. He just healed. That's okay. So we're about to pick him up and get his second hook. And then we just need to kill Nia and Neg. And we can let the Shanes go. He's busy. They really want that gen. They only have one gen left though, so I don't know if we're gonna get those kills or not. It's hard when you have two survivors that you're trying to let live, because it leaves room for them to keep saving people. Ooh, that invisibility really helped her. It really helped her. Okay, I can't let you keep working on that. I'm so sorry. No. No. You can't work on the gen. Don't work on my gen. Don't work on my gens. Okay, I need to go after her because this is her death hook. Okay. She's dead. So if I can just get Nia, I can let the boys go. Whew. No. Where is he? He was trying to run up behind me. No. No. Oh, I way overshot there. That's okay, because they're not working on gens as long as they're trying to get each other up. It's okay. I wonder if they've figured out that I don't want them and I want her. Wah! I mean, if they know anything about indigenous culture, they would have noticed my flag on the hook. Which I really hope people running Shane are taking the time to educate themselves. Oh shit, I should have held that a little longer. No. Okay, she's dead. I just needed them distracted. There we go. You guys are fine now. We got him! You guys are fine. Let's go work on some gens, boys. Get your totem. Ah! Look at them. They're doing such a good job. I'm so proud of them. We gotta let the Shanes live. We should add to bingo about the Shanes and Sables living. Ah! He didn't know. I think they figured it out too. I think they figured it out too. Whee! At least I hope so. Good job. Good job, Shanes. Good job, Shanes. Have a nice day. Get out. Save your friends. What are you doing? Why are you still here? What's going on? What? Are you sure? You want a Mori? Are you sure? Okay. If he wants it. He wants me to choke him. Shh. Go to sleep. Wow, Nia was mad. Only Shanes and Sables. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. GG's. Oh. Apparently I'm racist. That's funny. Okay. Alright, Nia. You do you, boo. You do you. That's funny. I mean, anyone can be racist, but... Boo, I was letting the Shanes go. Yeah, someone clearly doesn't know what racist means, so... Maybe read a dictionary sometime? Chat looks exactly whenever I play Killer. It's just people being mad that they lost and they died. You're not gonna win. Here's the thing. Whether you're playing Survivor or you're playing Killer, you're not gonna win every game. And sometimes you might even lose a lot of games. You might even lose a lot of games. I, too, have felt angry because of Dead by Daylight. I, too, have felt that. When you start to feel that, it's time to take a deep breath, you know? Clearly, I had chosen to let 2 people out. And it just happened to not be those 2 people. But the thing is, if everyone had chosen to have a little whimsy and be goofy because this is a Bloodpoint event, we would have all been able to goof around and get some blood points, but there was no whimsy. It's just a game, exactly. Go touch some grass, have fun. And it's not like I tunneled anybody. I hooked everybody. They got 4 gens done before the Nia died. Nia did not get tunneled at 5 gens. So calm down. Calm down. We have almost 500,000 blood points. Let's sink some blood points into somebody that we need to. Oh god. Look away. Look away. Shall we go again? The game's angering a person, they should step away for a bit, yeah. I mean, those are probably the same people who, like, threw their Nintendo Switch controllers at the TV and put a hole in them back in the day. You know what I mean? Some people are always angry that that's true, yeah. Yeah. Some people that play Killer straight up... Oh, no, some are. God, there was a game we were playing offline, so you guys wouldn't have seen it. I was playing with Sarah, and Nepo, and I believe Ghosty. And the killer, I might have been Scully. I might have, was it Scully or Ghosty? I want to say it was Ghosty. Oh, Springtrap, either way. We were on Hawkins. The killer was taking Sarah's body and slamming her against the walls. And we were all like, "Sir, are you okay? Like, do you need some help?" And then when he finally, like, had slugged all of us and we all DC'd, there was like a, I think it was Ghosty who was still watching. He was playing with our bots, like toying with them and torturing them in the game. Like, we were all bots. None of us were in the game anymore. And rather than just killing the bots, he was like torturing the bots. It was the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest thing. I was... Yeah. Huge red flag. Not somebody I would ever want to meet in real life. That's for sure. That's not even... That's fun. Okay. We got goofy perks. I'm here for it. I should have held that a little longer. That's okay. Oh, hi, Steve. Did Steve? Boop. Oh, I did not. Okay, well, that's what I get for tilting my mouse a little bit. I did not mean to go inside. Downstairs. My bad. Is his bot thing still on there? Yeah, it sure is. I see. Good job, you turned invisible. Sable, I think, weaves spiders. We definitely have some whimsy perks, you guys. You could do with a whimsy if you tried. How you doing, Stanley? Welcome in. Can we get a big shout out for Stanley? We love Stanley around here. If you guys tried the whimsy... Oh, I forgot to set up a gamba to see if they would go for the whimsy or if they're going to be sweaty or not. If you guys tried, you could go for the whimsy. Come on. Where's your whimsy? You don't have any whimsy? Where's your whimsy? I want some whimsy. I just want to farm points with you guys. Come on. I'm so down. I'm so down for some whimsy. I know she's... Oh, she's invisible. Yeah. Yeah, that, I mean, that was a good try. Oh, nope. Should have held it just a little longer. I'm gonna pick her up before they get her up with a table. We love when... Listen. We did some survivor matches earlier where we were trying for the whimsy. We were having a band. We had a couple killers who had some whimsy. Our first killer had some really good whimsy. He was a lot of fun. We had a survivor match with a lot of whimsy. So far, the survivors have just not... They've not really had whimsy, though. That we've been against. They've all been, like, pretty darn sweaty, to be honest. I'm kind of disappointed in the lack of whimsy. Can we let Leon... No. Unless Leon comes at me with some whimsy, we... Oh, shoot. I didn't realize it was going to take me straight to basement. We don't let Leons live. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. Here's my confession. I'm so sorry if you love Leons. Sables get to live. Sables get to live. I love Sable. I love Sable. The number of Leons that I have been in a game with that have just decided that they're just gonna sit in a locker and do nothing and let me die is disrespectful. It's disrespectful. No, I haven't had a chance to, Jade. I did see you sent me a video, but I haven't had a chance to check it out yet. Oh, hi. Yeah, you gonna drop that? Yeah, I thought you might. Oh, how come I couldn't swing? Hello? Am I lagging out? Is this me? Is this me? Is this a me problem? Is it me? Is it DBD? Is it me? Hi? Am I the problem? Is it me? It was the game. Oh man. We were having such a good game. We were gonna be able to let Sable go. None of them were whimsical anyway. Stanley, when are you streaming next? When are you streaming next? What is it meant with whimsy? Whimsy means like they want to goof off and they want to like just blood point and farm blood points and just goof off with you, basically. Still haven't heard Bardic Inspiration as a 4-piece yet, but V's tambourine will play with it. You haven't, Day? Do we have 3 people who would want to play Survivor with me and do some whimsy and play Bardic? People trying indigenous food for the first time? Hell yeah, I love that. I wouldn't survive a match against Shana. I don't have the whimsy she's looking for. You might. You don't know. Yeah, it happens. The servers sometimes. What sucks is like, I wish that when that happened, they would still give you whatever blood points you had accumulated and like let you keep your items and stuff. But I don't think they do let you keep your items and things. And you definitely don't get the blood points. Justice for Sable? I was gonna let her go. Yes? So does that mean you're in, Day? Servers may be struggling due to how many people are playing since it's a holiday weekend. That's fair. I call my loadout Bardicide because killers either kill us or are enchanted. Oh my god, I love it. I love it. So we would need 2 more people. I don't know. Do we have 2 more people who would be in? Maybe a Stanley. Maybe a cowboy. Maybe a Shrot. I don't know. Jade, any of the food in the video, is it stuff that you've tried before? How are your games with Eli, Cowboy? The orc cells? These ones? You don't have any of the music perks? No. When I gotta shoot some of the music perks, short. He's bullying you. Disrespectful. Maybe a Scully. Love to try it though. A lot of it's pretty easy to make. At least the stuff that I know how to make. There's probably stuff that isn't. We'll queue up another killer match. If we have enough volunteers, we'll do another survivor.
Young warrior.
We'll do another survivor where we can queue up together and put a band together. Is that my grandpa Sue? Grandpappy Sue? It's so good to see you, Sue. I love your face. How are you? Welcome in. Guys, please make sure to go check out Grandpappy Sue on all his platforms. Show him lots of love and lots of support. I adore him. I adore him. And I know you will too. He is very good people. Very good people. Very much worth supporting and showing lots of love to. I need you guys to go show it. How have you been, Sue? Oh my god, you're totally fine on it. It's a lot to remember, so. I fully believe, though, that Eli is bullying you, Cowboy. I fully believe it. Good to be seen. I'm alive, so every day above ground is a good day. Listen, it's always one of my favorite outlooks, too. Always one of my favorite outlooks. What you been up to? What you been up to? Did you see we got an Indigenous survivor? Oh my god, there's so much Indigenous food, honest. So much Indigenous food. Mm-hmm. I can't remember what it's called. Three Sisters Chili or something? Yeah, Three Sisters Chili is very good. Wait, what? Oh my god, Sue, yeah. Hold on. Stick around. I will show him to you after this match. I can't show him to you right now because I'm obviously playing killer. But I will show him to you after this match. We're gonna have a maybe rough time. I feel like usually indoor maps are good. Ooh. For nurse? Oh wait, was he trying to have whimsy? Can I just hook you once? Someone come save you? Are you trying to be nice? Where are your friends at? Was he trying to have whimsy? I will get her those snacks in a minute, Sue. Vodka needs surgery. I don't know if you see the fundraiser that we're doing for her. Hi. We are raising money for vodka. Oops. I'm not asking you for any. I'm just letting you know, because she needs surgery. So send your prayers for her. And your love for her. I've still got to schedule it. But since the funds are coming along well, I think I will be able to do that. Oops. I should have held that longer. Hi, girl. He was twerking on. He was. That's why I felt bad. I felt bad after I hit him. I was like, wait a second, hold on. Are we being whimsical? Do we have the whimsy right now? But I don't know what the rest of his friends do. We have a Shane in here. So one of the survivors that's in here with us right now is actually one of the indigenous survivor. I don't know what fit he has on though. Oh, I should have held that longer. My mouse was pointed too far down though. Had a little bit too much angle on my mouse there. They're over here. Nope, he's right here. He is right here, actually. Oh, he's got the green hair. We love him! He's gotta live for sure, regardless of whether or not the survivors are whimsical. We always let Shane go. We might hook him a couple times, but we let him go. Oh, I missed! Oh, that was on me. That was on me. That was rough. Oh, I missed again! No. That was tragic. That was tragic. That was tragic. Listen, Shana, get it together. Okay, there we go. See, this is him. This is Shane. This is Shane Wigwas. Shane is Anishinaabe. I love him. Hope I said that correctly. It is not, unfortunately, my tribe, so I like this Leon. I like this Leon. I don't know quite as much, but I, like everybody else, can educate myself and learn, right? Oh, swung too early. But we will 100% let him and Sable go. We might let Leon go. I like Leon. I like this Leon anyway. This Leon's a cutie. This Leon's kind of a cutie. He's a silly one. Yeah, he do be a silly one. He's kind of a cutie. He's kind of a cutie. Kind of a cutie. Sorry, Shane is right. Sorry, Shane is right. No, it's so true. It's so true, Sue. It's so true. Ooh, okay. That was pretty good. That was pretty good, Shane. Shane, listen. Come here. Oh, I missed. Shane, listen. I just need to get my blood points, too. So I'm gonna need you to let me put you on the hook. Someone can come save you. Shane, please. Alright, listen, I'll go get somebody else then. Oh, is that Leon? Hi, Leon. Leon, don't you save her. Leon? I feel like an asshole right now, but, you know, it's gotta happen. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Jane. It has to be like this. Leon's goofy. I like him. Leon. Leon, I like you. Don't get back on that gin, Leon. Shane? Leon's back on that gin. Leon and I are gonna have to have a talk in a second. Leon, what did I say? Leon? No. Bad Leon. No. No gins, Leon. Where's Sable? Where the heck is Sable? Eric, I love you. Sweet dreams. Good night. I'm sending you all the love. Sable? Sable, you just need 2 hooks. I just need to get 2 hooks on you. Why is nobody saving Shane? Leon, go save Shane. Leon, if Shane dies on hook, I'm killing you. You save Sable right now, and then I'm killing you because you let Shane die on hook. Shame on you. Shame. Sable, let's get out of here. Come on. Shame, Leon. Let's eat some dessert together, Sable. Take some dessert. Yeah, there you go. Where might our hatch be? I think it's upstairs. I hear it. Did you guys hear it? Oh my god, I heard it for a second. God, my hearing is tragic. No? 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 Where is it? Oh, is it this way? This way? Or is it downstairs? Oh! You're right. Go ahead. I'm dumb. It can only... Oh, I thought maybe it was upstairs. Okay, gosh. All right. Sue, you're still here, yeah? How dare he not save Shane, right? How dare? Disrespectful. Was gonna let him go. He didn't save Shane. He also didn't bring cake. Sable didn't bring cake either, but she's Sable, so... I have a soft spot. Dark High Priestess, hello on YouTube, by the way. I'm so sorry. I've been locked in. Okay, let me show you Shane. All right. We're going to go to a regular match, first of all. If anybody wants to join my band, come join the band. We're gonna start a band, okay? This is Shane. All right. He is amazing. We love Shane. We love Shane. I'll show you his fits soon. At least the ones that I have for him. This is his regalia. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We also have this fit. And this one. You can see his medallion that he has. It's beaded. I love his jeans with the flowers that are embroidered. Oh my god. Absolutely gorgeous. They put so much detail into literally everything, including like his tattoo, like just everything. Everything. Dakota, thank you so much for the gifted sub. More games need to let us have fits like these.
Dakota
Oh my god, I know.
Gifted a tier 1 subscription to the
More
community.
games need
Enjoy
to
your stay
have
at Shana's Sunny Meadows.
positive indigenous representation like this. Like that's the thing is like you see games with different kinds of indigenous representation sometimes. Not enough, but sometimes. But it's I feel like most of the time when you see it, it's not positive and it's not modern, you know? Like this is somebody who is both positive and modern, which I think is, it's so cool. It's so cool. And just iconic. It's just iconic. It's just iconic. And I don't know. I don't know. It just makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. And his voice actor is Dallas Goldtooth, who, if you have seen Reservation Dogs, that's probably where he's most famous from. But I'm sure you know who he is. He's fantastic. Fantastic. And he's done a fantastic job with the voice acting. More games need more positive and more accurate indigenous representation, honestly. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They have them in a lot of games. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But his bio too, I know I've read this before, but I'll reread his bio really quickly. So I'm going to possibly butcher the pronunciation and I apologize, but Shane Jiwe Wigaboa, but I'm so sorry, Wigwas grew up learning that justice meant different things to different people. For most, justice was synonymous with punishment. Do something wrong, you get sent to prison. End of story. But for the Anishinaabe of Glass River Nation, First Nation, and for peoples across Turtle Island, justice meant balance. Do something wrong, you do what you can to make it right, to restore balance. This guiding principle defined his career as a defense attorney, advocating for the First Nations clients in the courtroom. In a system that funneled offenders to prison for even minor convictions, Shane was a disruption by giving each case the care and attention it deserved. Shane saved many clients from serving unnecessary jail time. But everything changed with just one case. Derek was the youngest of Shane's many cousins, the one he spent the most time playing with as a young boy. They grew up together, even got in trouble together. But Derek was always sweet and good-natured, the beat of his mother's heart. Now he was in a jail cell, charged with murdering a police officer. Shane took the case without question and listened as Derek shared his side of the story. It was a typical traffic stop. Derek's taillight wasn't working. The officer escalated things, ultimately dragging Derek out of his car and into the roadside ditch. Derek fought back in self-defense when suddenly the cop disappeared in a black fog. Shane knew his cousin was innocent, but what he needed was evidence. Nothing at the crime scene helped Derek's case. Crown prosecution was confident. Even without the officer's body, the broken glass and bloody tracks were enough to convince a jury that Derek was guilty. Worse still, the police union was calling for the most severe sentence, life in prison without parole. Shane couldn't let that happen. He knew he couldn't stand before a jury telling stories of a strange black fog. Prosecution was open to a plea deal. A lesser felony would still mean a prison sentence, but only a few years instead of life. Derek refused. A plea deal meant admitting to a crime that he didn't commit. Shane tried to reason with him, but the damage was done. Convinced that Shane didn't believe his story, Derek dismissed him as his attorney. He would represent himself in court if he had to. Sure enough, Derek was convicted of murder and sentenced to life without parole. His family and the people of Glass River were devastated. Shane stopped visiting home. His aunt, Derek's mom, stopped talking to him. Friends and neighbors suddenly looked at Shane like an outsider. The nightmares were relentless. Visions of Derek suffering behind bars. And Shane knew why. He should have fought the case in court. He should have been there for his cousin. There was only one way forward. In the morning light, Shane got on his motorcycle, left home, family, everything he held dear. For years, Shane moved from town to town, reserve to reserve. He gave legal aid to protesters in Alberta. He was a ranch hand in Montana. He fixed homes in Oklahoma. But whenever the nightmares returned, Shane knew it was time to move on. Sometimes he told Derek's story to those who would listen. Sometimes he dared mention the black fog. It was on one such night in Minnesota, camped out for the upcoming Sundance, that a Dakota woman took Shane aside. She, too, had heard of someone taken by a black fog. A young man in the Pacific Northwest. He set out before sunrise. If there was a chance of finding something that could get Derek out of prison, Shane was going to take it. His investigations led to a reserve on the edge of an expansive forest. An elder told Shane of a young man named Jake who lived deep in the woods, where locals knew not to go. Against the elder's advice, Shane ventured deep into the woods until he came to an unnatural clearing. The air was thick with decay. The ground at his feet was black and rotten. The dead land awoke at his presence, sending vibrations that made Shane sick to his stomach. And from that clearing came the black fog. Before his eyes, Shane saw a sea of faces. A bloodied cop, terrified for his life. A young man, Jake, running. Countless people from across time and space trapped together, looking for help, looking for someone to save them. Like, he is just such a fantastic character. Such a fantastic character. And his perks are so good. Wide open throttle, lend a hand, cross-examination. Like, they just really did an amazing job with him, and I'm so happy to see it, and I hope that it inspires other games to, you know, want to do the same, and then maybe, you know, we'll also continue to get more of this, and maybe even see other cultures represented similarly too. You know, I think it would be really cool. I think it'd be really cool. So I wonder if they also do tribal law for some people who are still dealing with government genocide today. I don't know. I don't know. Once again, we need more like this in other games. Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. I agree. So, we'll see. We'll see, though. I think it serves as really, really good, like, inspiration and really good, like a really good base for people. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know. Let's do, so we're going to start our bands. Let's go do Bardic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Scene partner. And what was the other one that we did? Oh my god, the one where I'm having a brain fart. This one, plot twist. This one. Duh. Shane's backstory always makes me cry because he feels so much guilt for something he's not even actually at fault for. He's not at fault for what happened, right? But he feels guilty because he feels like he should have stood up for his cousin rather than telling his cousin to take a plea deal, even though realistically, like, the plea deal was the option that people would have believed because, and it would have probably gotten him the better sentence, because saying, oh, a black fog came and took him, like, that just sounds insane, right? Like, nobody's gonna believe that. No matter how much a lawyer is saying that, oh, he's telling the truth, you know? Like, how do you defend that? But he feels guilty because he feels like, as family, he should have had his back no matter what. You know? And I get that. I get that. Like, as family, he should have had his back no matter what. So. But he felt like at the time, like, he was looking out for his best interest by saying, hey, yeah, take this plea deal. I'm trying to give you the best option here. I don't want you to be in jail forever. So, I don't know. If only I can get Where Winds Meet to do this too, since like over 30% of the people who play are native. I didn't know that.
All right, students.
Why wouldn't they be open to something like that then? Have you tried to like reach out to them? Does anybody want to join Short and I? And join the band?
As you will all embark on a monumental journey.
Would anybody like to join our band?
This academy will be put to the test as you will venture out in the open world on your own. Now, each of you
I'm gonna bring my low-level stuff here for this. Come join our band day. Angel Bear! Welcome in with that 15 stream streak. You guys better close your eyes and Nikki Angel Bear in the chat. Vodka, come here. Come here, so she can see you. Vodka's currently laying on the bed, so. Come here. Vodka, come give snackies. Come get snackies. Yeah, you knocked over Chucky. Gonna ask again and see how it goes. Good. Good. You got 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Okay, heck yeah. You don't have the tambourine yet, unfortunately. Do you have Bardic? As long as you have one of the banned, like, perks. That's totally fine. You added me? You should be able to just request to join, and I can accept. I can make sure I accept your friend request later. If you just click on my name, you should be able to click join game. Look at that pretty girl. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous, so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. While we wait, snack time. Exactly. Exactly. Getting spirited away by Black Fog doesn't make sense, but just assuming the cop was killed was not enough evidence to support the claim. Could have been fought despite the logical fallacies. Possibly, but also depending on the area, not really. Unfortunately, like, the reality of the situation is that in Canada, or at least in parts of Canada, I can't speak for Canada as a whole, there's a lot of especially systemic racism toward Indigenous people. I mean, there is in the US as well. But unfortunately, like, you know, you would hope that he would end up in front of a jury, and with an argument like that, you could say that. But I don't know. I don't know, really, you know? Because there's so much systemic racism, especially toward Indigenous people, that might be all that it takes, you know? And it's unfortunate. So yeah, Jade plays a lot of that game. So still begs the question of who is the cop. It does still beg the question of who is the cop, because I don't think the cop is somebody that we have currently in the game. So the cop shouldn't have gotten violent with Shane's cousin when it was just a routine traffic stop. That is super valid. Super valid. I don't know, did the story say that they got violent though, or could the glass have been because of whatever was happening with the fog and everything? I don't know. They just want people behind bars. The best case in the world wouldn't matter. Yeah. Yeah. In Canada, not once does a Native ever get believed in courts. It's not meant for justice for Native people. It's meant to make us suffer and pay for being Native in our own lands. Yeah. Yeah. If anybody else does want to join the band, just let me know. You're welcome to join the band. So, we'll throw up a gamba on whether or not the killer will be Whimsy or not. Be sweaty. Alright, get your gamba in. No, you can ready up. You can ready up. Let me double check. I don't think it said. I don't think it said that. I know it said he was pulled over in a like traffic stop, but let me double check. Oh no, it did. Okay. Typical traffic stop. His taillight wasn't working. The officer okay, it says he escalated things, ultimately dragging him out of the car. Okay, yeah. Fought back in self-defense. Okay, yeah. It doesn't say exactly what happened, though. So the officer did escalate things. Yeah, you're right. 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 Yeah, the officer shouldn't have done that. Your memory didn't fail. My memory failed me. Scully wants to up around and find out what number 5. You got it. You got the Wheel of Fortune. You either gained or lost 25% sanity, but either way, you are safe, love. It's absolutely not fair. Absolutely. All right. Let's see if this killer has the whimsy, guys.
Now where am I?
Oh, Sabby. Oh, it's Jason. I've heard of that. I've heard of that too. Unfortunately. Bird girl, hello. Bird girl, you just snuck in here. I literally just turned the raids off. You sneaky snack. You sneaky snack. I'm gonna go to the top of the hill up here. Oh wait, this isn't the hill.
Burb Ghoul just raided with 6 viewers.
Yes. Oh. Let's see if he's got the whimsy. Oh, he's got some whimsy. The question is he gonna kill us after? Oh. Wait, I can't see anything. Oh. Shrut! Poor Shrut! He has appreciation, and I appreciate that. Bri, do you want to join us and join the band after? We're trying to see if killers have whimsy. I did some killer. Not many of them had whimsy, but guys, if you're not following Burb Girl already, I need you to take the button that's at the top of your screen. Give it a little boopity boop, give it a little tippity tap. Go follow. I'm so screwed with Seam Partner. Go follow Burb Girl right now. It's free to do so. She's amazing. You guys will adore her. Ash, welcome in. Jumbled, welcome in. How was your stream, love? Guess who has 2 thumbs and just... Oh, where is he? Okay, you know what? We're gonna try to do Bardic again, and maybe... Oh. Interrupted. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get this heal. Nope. He knows. He knows. Poor Nick Cage. Come here, come here, come here, come here. While he's distracted, maybe? You gotta be up early tomorrow? Oh, fair, 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 fair. No, get you some eeps. Get you some eeps. He didn't want me to go for the save. Day, I'm sorry. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. She do be amazing and hot. It's true. It's true. I agree. I agree. I agree. Poor Shroud. Poor Shroud. I'm just wandering around here. It'd be cool if healing, they added rattles for it, like circle around the person while healing, but I think that might raise an eyebrow or two. Imagine. So his healing perk is really cool. It's called Linda Hand, Sue. And if you do a totem, you then get to heal somebody and they permanently have like a quarter of their health state healed. It's very cool. Very cool. You working on the gym? No, for real. For real. Played some Rivals. How was Rivals tonight? Were your games sweaty? Also, Burp Girl, when are we playing some DBDs together? Zombies, what are you doing the rest of tonight? What are you up to? Would you like to join our band? We have room for one more. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Jason, please. Day, why? Day, this is your death hook. I did, Day. I did. I played you out, and I will never forget you. Please, sir. Please. Please. He did not believe in letting chains go. Quite sweaty, literally, whenever. Bird girl. I'm literally on all the time. I see you did not like our band. I'm so sorry.
Hi, stranger. It's been a while.
Does his perk only work once per survivor overall, or once per...
It's okay.
Survivor with
you
the
can
perk?
look at my butt.
Could a group of survivors, group of players with that perk all get each other to almost no healing required? No. Unfortunately, you can only use that perk once per game. Was my understanding of it. The way it reads is like for every totem you do, but I could only get it to work once. But I don't know if it's because every game that I was in was super sweaty and I was only able to actually use it once, or what. Yeah, he wasn't very whimsy. So he would definitely sweaty. Yeah, he did that. You gonna join the band, zombies? You gonna join the band, zombies? These void kisses are for Rob and Rob only. No one else would get in the way. I can always pull up with a tambourine. Oh, or his bird girl. Oh, zombies is okay. Okay. Listen, bird girl. You can pull up with a tambourine anytime, though.
I've got some jobs ready.
Anytime, though. All right. Oh, why isn't my... Hold on. My prediction thing is not working right. Get on your knees. No, I'm just kidding. Let me refresh. Also, thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous. And Jag is streaking with a 3-string streak. You guys better close your eyes. There's a Nikki Jag in the chat. Let's go. What I'm hearing is I need to test this perk. Yeah, you might need to, because all the games that I was in were super sweaty and I was only really able to use it like once. Choose outcome. Be sweaty. Sweaty killer, be sweaty. Alright. Sweaty. So far we've only had 2.5. Half because we had a killer that killed half the people and then let half the people go. You know. 4 permanent charges. It works with healing injuries and downs. I think it's for each totem cleansed. Maybe. I couldn't get it to do 4 people though. But zombies, enjoy those Dio Dino Nuggies. KSU fan, enjoy your Goulet. I've got a headache arriving with vengeance. Oh no, honest, take some medicine and drink some water, please. Please. Obviously, Jason was also added to the game, Sue. I don't know if you knew that as well. If Burbo wants to play Meow, she can play. I mean, whichever. Invocation gay frogs. Oh my god. My friends and their names. Boone, you suck. Honestly, that's me. That be about me. That be about me. You know, this is zombies. I'm not gonna say what this means, but if you know, you know. Sue, do you want to pick my outfit? Which one should we wear? We can mix and match anything that's not the regalia as well. My Shane isn't leveled. That's okay. You don't have to play Shane if you don't want to, Day. Vodka snacks, you got it. Let me get her over here. Vodka, come get some snackies. Come get some snackies, Vodka. I'm Invocation. Is that you? I love you, Burb Girl. I love you, Burb Girl. I love you so much. If you know, you know. Exactly. Exactly. If you know, you know. If you don't know, well, I can't tell you. I love you. I love you. I can't tell you if you don't know. I'm so sorry. Yes, you're a good girl. I love you. I love you. Let's put the red. Unless Sue comes back and wants something different. We're gonna put this on. Let's see. These chicks don't even know the name of my band. Been a couple hours since I last drank water. Honest! Honest, where's your water? Why? Go drink water. Go drink water. This is counting as me yelling at somebody. I'm yelling at you to go drink water immediately. Go. Go. I'm also calling someone isn't helping because of the Leon not taking... I'm calling the sandbagging, not because I sandbag somebody, but because I watched somebody sandbag.
Nothing here makes
When I was
sense.
playing Killer. Hey guys. Hey guys. Alright. Shall we have band practice? Oh, it's Bing Bong. Guys. Guys, I need you. Bing Bong's gonna hurt me. Guys. Guys. Oh. He likes it. He's got his instrument too. Look at that! Bing Bong's in the band! Yeah! Look at them dancing. Bing Bong's in the band! This is perfect! Bing Bong's in the band! Bing Bong's in the band! Oh shit! Oh shit! He's got the whimsy! Let's go! Alright, we gotta make sure we let him kick the gin. He's got the whimsy. Let him kick the gin. Yeah. join the band. It's so good. Can someone get a clip of that? That was so good. Bing Bong is the perfect killer to join the band too. It's so good. He's so cute. Look at him over there. Look at him. So he's got to kick this one. Yeah. Let's go. I got this one over here. We should let him hook us. Oh no. Bing Bong, you wanna hook me? Would you like to hook me, Bing Bong? Bing Bong. Oh, he's leading us around now. I've got a fever and the only cure is more cowbell, please. These chicks don't even know the name of my band. Bing Bong. Claim slam. Get your hooks, Bing Bong. I start to play my instrument and I just, I scream instead. This is fine. This is totally fine, Athena. It's totally fine. Return with water, so Shana won't yell at me again to see that Wraith has joined. Wraith has totally joined the band. Totally joined the band. His screams are so chill. I know. They're so good. They're so good, though. They're so good, though. Oh, I love it. I love it. Oh. Wait, I'm gonna get this. We love it. We love it. I know. Angelic is a sweet bean gifting subbies. Why doesn't he want to hook us? I want him to make sure he gets his points too. Yeah. Oh, ring around the rosy, a pocket full of posies. Ashes, ashes. Oh, we all fall down. Oh. Yay! Maybe he has to do like in-game collapse hooks or something. Me just screaming is freaking ridiculous. Day, do you need to work on any gens? Uh-oh. Somebody missed this skill check. I saw that. The ring around the rosy is hilarious. We gonna race? Everybody line up. Oh, he's got no ed. I couldn't plot twist because he's got no ed. He's so nice. What a nice bing bong. He didn't even get his hooks. He didn't even get his hooks. What a nice bing bong. He for sure had the whimsy. Like 100 out of 10. 100 out of 10 whimsy. $100 out of 10. What in the red light, green light is this? It's the best. Listen, red light, green light is the best. It's the best. All day. Are you trying to get the Mori? Day said Mori me bing bong. Mori me bing bong. $100 out of 10. 100 out of 10. Let's go, Bing Bong. Let's go. That was fun. Best bandmate ever. Goated, for real. He didn't bring cake, but you know what? That's okay. Someone did refuse to leave the gate just then. It was Day. It was Day. Day and I were fighting for the Mori, but I let Day have Listen, I love it. I love it. 11 out of 10. 100 out of 10. That was amazing. We love to see it. We love to see it. That was a great bing bong. That was a great bing bong. Oh, that was fun. That was really fun. Let's see. Okay. Let me dump some points really quickly. Hold on. Oh, sure. Are you done? Are you done? Let's see. Let's dump some points in a Nick Cage here. Get to get some sleeps, but it was so funny. I'm glad that you had fun, Shrot. Guys, go follow Shrot if you haven't. Go check him out. Show him lots of loves. Thank you for playing with us. It was a good time. It was a good time. Burb Girl, are you still here? Would you like to join us? Get on the short boat. Follow Dims. Yes, do it. Do it, do it. You know you wanna. You know you wanna. I don't know if Burb Girl's still here or not. We might have 3 of us and just have to see if our random is down to clown. Or do we have a 4th who wants to join the band? Maybe a Sylvan. I know you don't have an instrument, Sylvan, but that's okay. You can dance.
Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
You can dance if you want to. We're join the band. We're currently taking applications for the band. The band. Sylvan would be a great addition. I agree. I can leave my friends behind. Yeah, you can. You can. I want to see Sylvan shake their cheeks for our band. Ooh, is Sylvan going to be our dancer? Sylvan. Join the band. How does one even dance in DBD? You crouch and then you AD. Or you bring a map and you just start to open, close while you're crouched. Or you can just bring a flashlight and be the lighting crew. It's up to you. It's up to you, Sylvan. I probably, realistically, only have time to do one more on stream. So if you want to come dance on stream with us. I don't have cake, Shana. That's okay. That's okay. You can come do one with us on stream. Without your cake. And join in the fun. How do you not have cake, by the way, Sylvan? Have you not spent any blood points? Because if you spend some blood points, you should have cake. I was taught to twerk and look up and down while crouching. There you go. There you go. Oh, you're going to want to spend some blood points because the cap is 5 million. Just like dump your blood points into your main. Or divvy them up between whoever you want to. But I would dump them into your main so that way you have all the cakes on your main. There's a Shuppet in chat. That's a fantastic Pokemon. Everybody should catch it. Everybody should catch it. If somebody is anywhere near Cooper, tell Cooper that there's a Shuppet in chat. Somebody tell Cooper there's a Shuppet in chat. First time seeing the vertical stream on mobile. That's so awesome with the vodka cam. Yeah. Now vertical Twitch has the vodka cam. All right, prediction is up. If you guys want to gamba, I'm gonna go ahead and run the ads now. So nobody misses anything. I don't have as many balls because I never joined. Oh my god, you need some balls. You need some balls. Get your prediction in, guys. Get your prediction in. Look at Sylvan in her purple shirt. She looks so cute. Did a lot of the Bloodwood stuff for Legion manually. I don't remember seeing a single cake. Then again, I know my memory is awful, so I probably did see some and just forgot. Honest, you definitely had some cake in there. Definitely had some cake in there. Especially if you spent all 10 million of those blood points, boo. They buffed the cake drop today. Honest did it before they buffed it though. Shane's Twitch search is peak. Oh my god. It is. He got a really, really good Twitch shirt. A really, really good Twitch shirt. I'm very impressed by it because I see what they were going for with V's Twitch shirt, but the colors don't go well together. I feel like it's disappointing. I don't know. I feel like V's and I feel like Aurella's is not very good. I don't know.
This is all wrong.
Oh, okay. Let's all stick together, maybe. What are we missing? We're missing zombies. We need to find zombies. I don't know where zombies is. Spirit's coming. Oh, Spirit's chasing zombies. Maybe the exit gate with the light. This is some good lighting. This is some good performance lighting. What do we think? Do we like it? Oh no, we lost Day. I don't know where zombies is. Oh no. Okay, he's way over there. No. Okay, be ready to perform. Be ready to perform. Come on! Where's your whimsy? She got no whimsy. This is gonna be a fast match. Alright, we'll do one more after this. We'll do one more after this because she got no whimsy. She got no whimsy. None at all. Negative 100 out of 10. No whimsy. Did anybody bring Unbreakable by chance? Negative 100 out of 10. No whimsy. spirit, mommy. We just wanted to have fun. She's a mean spirit. She's very mean-spirited, huh? Very mean-spirited, huh? Wiggle. Wiggle. She's not gonna have hooks for everybody nearby, so someone's gonna be able to wiggle off. That's okay, that's okay. Oh no, you should have stayed underneath me. You should have stayed underneath me. You would have been further from a hook that way. Boone, what now? Shut the F up and take this big zombie like a good girl. In the basement is crazy. I know. Did she even bring cake? The thing is, she's not gonna hardly get any points for that because... Yep. She didn't hardly get any points for that. Negative 100 out of 10, Whimsy. Sorry you didn't like our band. Skill issue. I didn't say whose skill issue it was. Is it ours or theirs? You'll never know. I used to be a person. None of us are people. Some people don't appreciate good music. For real. For real. Alright, well. Let's try that again, shall we? Let me pay out that prediction. She was super sweaty. Will the killer be Whimsy or be Sweaty this one? What do we think? What do we think? Whimsy or Sweaty? Get your guesses in now. Wait, was that... I don't know if I updated my counter here. Calling this my fault because you failed to keep the children together. Listen. It's not my fault that zombies started all the way away from the rest of us. I tried really hard. I tried really hard there. Zombie started on the other side of the map. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Then we became slugs. We were dancing slugs. She brought a hex. There was no whimsy to be had. Listen, we've had killers with hexes have whimsy. She just had none. He was there. Zombie said, all by myself. I'm playing here all by myself. And there's a spirit with zero whimsy. Dancing slugs on the ground. We are dying now. Okay. Hey. Hey. There's two of us. There's four. All four. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Excellent. This is great. Come with me. Come with me, and you'll see there's a world full of imagination. I think he's confused. Look at this light show. Can we shake it for you? Can I shake my booty? Do you like that? Yeah? What you think, Ghoul? Do we like it? Do we like it? Oh! Oh! I think he's got the whimsy. Ghoul, you wanna... Yeah? I think he's got the whimsy. Guys, I think he's got it. I think he's got what we're looking for. I think he's got it. I think he's got it. I think he's got it. Let's let him kick the gen. He didn't want to come over. I think he's scared. Did we scare the killer? Did we scare him? Is he? Is he scared? Oh, he's drinking your blood. Kaneki, would you like to hook me? Would you like to hook me? Yeah. Do it. Give me Kaneki, come on. Come on. Yeah. Come get me. Come get me. Come get me, Kaneki. I'll make him work for it. I'll make him chase me if that's what he wants. Oh. Oh my god. Aw, Kaneki! He lost his whimsy. Whimsy gone. Who's got Unbreakable? Kaneki. I thought we had something. I thought we had it. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! He's gonna come for you guys. He's gonna come for you guys in a minute. Kaneki, it doesn't have to be like this. Kaneki, please.
Good stuff. Thanks.
He wants a chase? Does he want to chase? I can give him chase. Does he want performance? What's he? I'm confused. I'm confused on what he wants. What does he want? Does he not want? Kaneki has many feelings. Sullivan's breaking the gin for him, I see. He's a Kaneki of many feelings. You know what? I'm gonna do this totem. Oh, he's taking Sylvan. He's taking a prize, I see. Scatter! Right? Everybody scatter! He's a Kaneki of many feelings. We must be careful. We must tread lightly. Tread lightly, tread carefully. I'm not sure what to expect of this game. The duality of Kaneki. It's like I'm literally watching Tokyo Ghoul. I know. Will he or won't he? We shall find out on this next episode. I only know about Tokyo Ghoul because my little brother used to read / watch it. Like, it was going out of style. It's very popular. Oh no. He's coming. I'm scared. Oh no. Oh no, he's gonna touch my honey buns. Kaneki, listen. I thought we bonded. Don't touch my gen, Kaneki. I worked really hard on that. Somebody help. Just as few as Kaneki was now. I think we all are. I think we're playing for real now. It's okay, you don't have to heal me. Plot twist. I'll go save Sylvan in just a moment. Oh my god. Wait. Zombies is on a hook really far away. Okay, zombies was saved. Oh no, day's down. Everything is going terribly wrong. I'm coming, Sylvan! Worry not. I shall hear you. I'm just very scared. No! My friends are dying. I didn't make it! I don't think the whimsy was real. He killed zombies. I don't think Ghoul had whimsy. I think they were just very confused. I think so too. I think we scared the Ghoul for a moment. And then I think he decided to kill us. Get some good sleep, Short. Thank you for hanging out with us, guys. Once again, please go give Short lots of love if you have not. Day! Day! Me said day, me said day, me said day, me said day, me said day. Day is down. And we're all gonna die. Oh, day. He's chasing me, he's chasing me, he's chasing me. Oh. I can't save you, 'cause he's slugging. Oh. Dee! You're gonna have to take me out of this locker. Goodbye! That's one way to prevent slugging, or at least try to, is hop in a locker. I would say 2 out of 10. Was... I apologize, I was thinking about leaving actually. Why? We wanted you to join the band. I haven't played DBD in a while, so returning to that was really funny. Well, welcome back. It's two times blood points, and we are goofing and farming. Next time, please join our band. Oh, we confused the hell out of him, that's why. I want to run the builds that make it hell for survivors. No, definitely not whimsy. Definitely not whimsy. Definitely not whimsy. But mega confusion. Mega confusion. Vodka snacks, you got it. You got it. Let me get her over here. Hold on. Oh. They made a choice. Yeah, when I was like, come here, and trying to get them to come over, they were deciding whether or not they wanted to leave the game, I think is what was happening. When they like walked away. Because they were confused on what was happening. That was honestly so funny. Honestly so funny. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you for the follow. We do keep them anonymous so you can lurk or chat, whatever you feel comfy with. Honestly so funny. They were definitely not whimsy, but it was still fun. It was still fun. Even though they weren't whimsy. Oh, that was a good time. That was a good time. Alright, friendos. That needed to be my last one for stream today because it is now 2 a.m., which is way past my stream time. So, we're gonna have to call it there. We're gonna have to call it there. Thank you guys for hanging out, though. Thank you guys for hanging out, though. It was a good time. And also, hydration station, choo-choo. Everybody, please hydrate before we go. We are gonna raid out. If you've not already checked your bingos, check your bingos. Check them bingos. I hope you guys had fun with this. I hope you guys had fun with this. Make sure to play this weekend if you want those 2x blood points. Make sure to use all the codes and everything. Make sure to follow Amber because Amber's hot pass it on. Make sure to show lots of love to all of our raiders from tonight.
Nightmare.
Magnus, enjoy that flat white zombie.
Nightmare.
From the cafe. Don't you woe me. Don't you woe me. Copy whichever raid message you prefer while we find somebody to go show some love to. Let's see. Thank you for that follow. Once again, anonymous. So lurk, chat, whatever you feel the most comfortable doing. Let's see. Let's see. A lot of killers and survivors didn't want the. I know. A lot of killers and survivors didn't. We were trying. It's not for lack of trying, right? Not for lack of trying. We were putting our best foot forward there. Let's see. Oh my god, who's zooming there? Who took their energy drinks today? Let's see, I think we have a couple good options here for raid today. Couple of good options. I'm feeling indecisive. You know what? We've not said hi over here in a while. Let's go say hi over here. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna go say hi to Crace. If you guys don't know Crace, Crace is one of our night terrors on Nightmare Network. Love her. She's a wonderful bean, a heckin' cutie patootie. And it looks like she's playing some Survivor right now. So, copy whichever raid message works for you, like I said. We'll be back on Tuesday for sure. Check out the socials. We got new videos coming out, new things coming out, exciting stuff. I'll probably be in Discord hanging out over the weekend playing games. Just coming out in Discord. If you see me in one of the channels, pop in. If you just want to pop in one of the channels and play, you can. Also, I put a thing in the gaming chat about playing Ham the Game. So if anybody wants to play, we need to plan a time to play Ham the Game. We also need to plan some Mecha Chameleon. So check the game chat and Discord because I need to plan both of those. Yeah, I love your faces. Please be kind to yourselves, guys. Do something nice for you. Don't let shitty people get you down. And just be nice to yourself. Okay? I love your faces, guys. And I'll see you soon, okay? I love you guys.